yabba dabba doo. No, wait. Yeah! I don't know. Yo! How's it going, guys? Oh, hold on a minute. I just got a text here. Oh, copyright infringement. Paramount Pictures. Paramount Entertainment. All right. Apparently, can't do that one. Oh, mates. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. It's Thursday. Synthon's going on. I didn't even know it started yesterday. I kept telling everyone it started today, but it's actually already happened. It's already happening. But, you know, we're still gonna party. We're still gonna have a good time. I like that camera cut. And, more than likely, we're going to raid in to whoever's performing. I know. It's a little insane. But it's insane in the membrane. Today was kind of rough to get the stream started. My stomach's been bothering me like all morning. I thought I was okay, and then like 15 minutes before the stream, it's like, so I pulled this guy out, and I was like, well, maybe this will work. I have no idea where this popping sound keeps coming from. I don't know what it is. See if I can see it in the meters. Mr. X in the house. Willkommen. We had a Holgator in yesterday. I don't think I saw you, but I wasn't doing my best reading that day. Jefferson. Let's go. God damn it. I knew it was going to happen. You missed yesterday. Don't worry about it, mate. No worries. I didn't realize Synthon started on Wednesday. So I was a little bit, god damn, that pop is freaking me out. I don't know where it's coming from. Nothing should be popping. There are no pops. And if there is pop, it should have a bunch of reverb on it. So it's not from this. Oh well. Hey! Oh, see? That was really loud. It's annoying. It's pissing me off. Let me see if I can... all worked up. Sombreros, Cura. Am I saying that? I feel like I'm fucking that up. I literally stared at it for a good 2 minutes trying to phonetically roll that out. How you doing, mate? Thank you very much. Yeah, most of this is all DIY. About half of it we've built on the stream, and we've got a lot more to build. It will be glorious. What if it's this guy? Maybe this guy's dying. It's very plausible. But we are doing Synth Fest is going on, and so like I said, we'll probably end up raiding into them at the end of the night. This is the tuning song. It loves to be tuned. Take it out and let's give it a node. This works for me. Thank you. That was my Forrest Gump impression. My Tom Hanks doing Forrest Gump impersonation. good jam. I'm digging on this one. So this, so I kind of blindly set the patch back from what we had last night. And by blindly, I just kind of fuxed around on the tempu tiles. I just put in settings. I didn't really know if they were going to be cool or not. And then I had to reset the square circles. That's the only thing. I had to shift it down like a couple of octaves. It was too high. And then when we came in, you know, we were just doing the tuning song. And then we're just playing two fucking notes. This is music to make love to, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Package of PCBs has arrived. No worries, duct tape. I'll keep talking and/or making music. Musical sounds or verbal herberderps. What's cool about this jam is like it was I was kind of blind. Like we had like some good stuff from yesterday, and I didn't have the headphones in or anything like that. I just went up and reset. Like there's a few digital modules that don't have memory, and so I had to reset them. And I just kind of like guessed on a lot of these things. Like, well, I know these won't be bad, so I'll make all these different variations of that because I know it won't suck. And then we opened up with the tuning song, and like the rhythm was really cool. There was like this kind of, you know, what you hear right now, this kind of syncopation, and there's a couple of instruments like crescendo, just almost out of nowhere. Very fun. And then we flipped it over, and now it's just doing, a 2-note jam. So it's just going through 2 notes, but we're getting a fairly rich piece from just those 2 notes, which is why, once again, I'm a firm believer of the 2-note jam. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Victor Wooten backs me up on that. And it just needs to be 2 really nice notes, and I think that's even more challenging sometimes to find 2 notes that pair up back and forth and still like can create these all these variations and emotions and tasty, delicious snacks. Let's add it to, let's see what the other 2. That one sounds like shit. We should never do that one ever again. Or we should fix it. Those both suck. Alright. So those all suck. We're never doing those again. Shit, it jumped over here. Is the keyboard not working? I keep hitting the keyboard off button. Okay, so here's 4 notes. But it's still got the really long, like, it probably doesn't change for like a whole measure. I like that though, that's still there. Now, we could create more complexity if I slow down the Quartermain's sample time and sped up the TKB. Because right now the TKB is going really fucking slow. Yeah. Let's do that. Made them really weird. This is really pretty though, so I'm gonna let it jam for a bit. Actually, kind of works. I could speed this up from over here. is all even, and this guy odd. So yeah, now we got even divisions and odd divisions. I don't know if it's gonna have to reset or something. Sounds good. I mean, it can't be that bad. Hey, Chompers, did you want to get on camera? Is that why you came in here? Yeah, I didn't think so. Maths. So, well, the way this thing works is the way that my little patch works here with the notes is that you have the sequencer delivering the notes, and then you have the sample and hold, or the quarter main, chopping those notes up, or more accurately, looking at the notes at different times. So if you have the TKB, the sequencer, moving at 2 division, so it's moving once every 2 beats, and you have the quarter main looking at it every 3 divisions, it's going to get these, it's going to get an odd number each time. And sometimes it's going to grab the second one, sometimes it's going to grab the third one, I think, something like that. You get the idea, but it's going to grab different numbers, different notes, not the same one over and over and over. And you can change that up by just like tweaking some of those settings, and you get all kinds of coolness. So I have to head out. Hey, no worries, Mr. X. Thank you very much for stopping by. Have a wonderful night, and I'll see you in Synth On. I feel like the kick is on the wrong spot. Yeah, it's still still in the same key, even though I shifted it to G. 70 BPMs. Okay. Yeah. I could dig it. That's just 4 notes from the sequencer. We're hearing 4 notes played in a like somewhat elaborate pattern. Kind of elaborate. Elaborate cadabra. I'm gonna reach out and grab it. That swing, the delay. Ooh. Gives that groove. Load like some cool samples up. I have this little sampler here, but like only one sample works on it. And I want to do that one again. Although we could pitch it down. Let's do a long one. This is gonna make it. May not work. Yeah. Okay, it's not enough to. Oh, it's the wrong input. Make it a longer cable. It's gonna take a minute and shit. I like this. I like that for the people up top. No, we could do that too. Let's get funkier. I'm gonna build a massive patch that I have no idea where it ends or begins. Showing it, that part of the stream where I sit my ass down. Man, my back has been killing me. Literally trying to murder me. You know what? It just occurred to me. If I'm gonna play a bass, it'd be smarter to frame me over here. No, it's not. Man, maybe I need a dab. My brain's not working so hot. Over on this thing, and it excuse me, that was supposed to come out of my butt. It's just like, it's not, doctors hate it. Doctors hate modular. It's the #1 cause of back pain in America. That and heavy bass guitars. Both of those are really a big strain on people. I don't know why I did it this way. That was dumb. Oh, it feels good to just hold her. I know I've said it a lot of times, but this bass is just phenomenal. I'm not endorsed or anything with these guys, but I was very impressed with this Michael Kelly, and I bought it used off a buddy of mine, and I've just been so impressed. I'm like, you know, I may look into buying one of their like guitars, because they have some different guitars. A lot of them are kind of SG inspired looking guitars, which I'm not opposed, but I've never really cared that much about. I don't know, it's just, you know, it's not that interesting to me. But they make a lot of modifications, and it's just a style, really. It's, depending on how it plays, it may be a totally different experience. Although, you know what, I should say those, the Gibson and the SGs and all those are wonderful to play. So hopefully that translates over. But I don't know, I might try them out. I've just been loving this bass so much. It's such a pleasure. Here. Space. I'm very fortunate to have wound up with this guy. Oh, you want to hear a funny story? So, I kind of recently got hit with like a bill because I need to paint my house. And there was like a couple of other things that kind of came up, and yeah, I had a gig cancel. Would have been a couple of dollars, and I was kind of like, man, that sucks. And then, you know, because I'm like, man, I was, you know, like a week or so ago, I was like, cool, I've got plenty of money. I'm going to make it through the summer fine. I'm going to pay these debts off. Everything's going to be A-okay. And then this shit comes up, and I'm like, God damn it. What the fuck? And I was all kind of bummed, and that gig cancels too, and I'm just like, And I see an email from a client of mine, and he says, did you get that check I sent you? And I know I did, because he pays really early, and I cashed it immediately, and I had it written down on my little ledger that he'd paid. So I went and looked at my bank account, and I couldn't find the amount. And then it dawned on me, I do like online check depositing, and I'm like, oh, I guess it didn't go through or something like that. So I didn't notice, because I got paid for a lot of different things, and all these things happened at once, so I didn't really keep track, you know? And so it was kind of a nice little surprise to find out I had it was a good check too. It was that show in Cleveland. So it was a good sized check. I was like, oh, cool. Money I forgot I didn't have, or almost forgot. So I thanked him a lot. Hey, Trade Splatter. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. I was just talking about, a little lemonade moment there. I was really happy about. Oddball throwing in the How you doing, Oddball? Or no, wait, does that say Oddball? No, that's not Oddball. I misread it. Who is that? Hold up. My mistake. That is Olo881, Olo81. I apologize. Olo81. Again, apologize for the mistaken identity, and you shall have. Let me get my phone. I gotta set a time. That is funny. My battery died. Man, I don't know if this battery is gonna work no good no more. Doesn't seem to want to take a charge. Alright, well, it worked out because I got my phone. Oh, let me grab my package. Oh no, it got delivered. Ooh, well, let's open it. All the way from China. Should I do this? Should I open this with a Yeah, why not? It's almost the same thing. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Hello. No. And over this. And hello. Oh. Alright, huh. Let hey and a hat. I need a. Hey. I need a. Goodness. Oh boy. I am. Oh yeah! Woohoo! Nice! With it, run! I'm hype. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Hey, and Hey, I heard. Ho. Yeah, you want to hear on how? I ain't know, baby. Hey, hold up. Hold up. Man. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. You yeah, man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You want anything? Here. Whop. There you go. There you go, little boy. Yeah. Are you ready? Hey, you can go down. You want to go down? All right. Ooh. Ah, there we go. I think it's a filter. Because there's a thing marked resonance and there's a thing marked cutoff. Yeah, this is some sort of filter. Oh, there we go. This is the wavelet. Based on Emily Gillette's ripples. Okay, so this is a filter. Digging on that. Ooh, a rubber band. I'm going to use that later for my hair. Alright. Damn, I got a couple of things here. So here's a project I'm working on for a client. I can't really talk about it, but I'll show off what the board really fast, because it's my own design, and it's really, and this is a prototype, so it's really ugly. But I needed a ton of room. As you can see, so I'm going to 603 after this design, and then the parts count is going to be like half, because there's a bunch of shit on there to calculate what the stuff's supposed to be. It's kind of weird, but I'm down to clown. All right, next up. I don't know if you guys caught on with my groaning and stuff. This panel for the buffers has a light behind it, and so this will glow. I don't know how it glows or what it glows, but it glows, and I'm very interested. Very, very interested. Rawr, interested. Alright, I can't get into this package, so I'm just gonna send it back to JLC PCB. Just sounds like a bunch of letters. What do we call our company? I don't know, just pick some letters out of the old phone book there. Oh. Oh! That's right! So for reasons I have no idea other than to motivate me, I did get some one-use stuff. So I think that's what this is. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. This is a 1U module. Ah, cool. This panel looks fucking awesome too, and has that glowy glow action in the back. There's even a reflective surface. I'm definitely using this from a birthday party. Okay. A little bit more left here. Oh, wait a minute. Interesting. Oh, this might be a mistake. This might be what we were going back and forth about. Nope. This is a normal size wavelet panel. So this will fit. This will fit this one as well. Awesome. So I got 1U and regular U. That's awesome. Good of me. Way of me to go. I didn't let me down. I should have bought 10 of these damn boards, though. I don't know what I was doing that for. Alright, and what the oh, no. Did it do it twice? No, this is a different board. Alright. Oh, yeah. Now, I don't have the panel for this. I don't know what the story is. I can't remember. Some things I was in a hurry, so I kind of just went nuts and did things to do them. But, oh shit, sorry about that. Jesus Christ, that made me shit myself. So this is terminal tedium. I don't remember what the fuck it is. There's a crystal on it, but I don't recognize this chip. WM8731? And then there's this long thing here, this long package here. I don't know if that's like a screen. Maybe that's what it is. It's a screen. I don't know, this thing is weird. I don't remember why I got it, other than it looked cool. Which is typically how I'm buying shit these days. But, whatever, mate. I'm down to clown. Hey! Oh, the one yeah. Hey, NTRX. Yeah, welcome in. So most of this is DIY, about, I'd say 95% of it, maybe something like that. And about half of it we've made here on the channel. So, right now we're in Jamtown, we're doing the music thing, but the other half of the time we're in the lab building this stuff. That's what I was pulling out here, is new circuit boards to work on. Although I can't remember what they are because I have a bad memory. Oh, there we go. Alright, I guess I need to buy some new rechargeable batteries. Because that was my backup. Alright, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, synthesizer stuff. So... I think that was it. Oh! What we got up in here? We got NTRX_live coming in with that follow. Thank you so much, mate. Welcome in. Yeah, this is cool. So it could really be either panel. You could just do either or. I love that all these panels that I have here have like little windows behind them so that they can so you can put an LED behind it. It'll act as a diffuser, but it'll also create a really cool effect. Hold it up. Let me get a light so I can demonstrate. So you can get that. It's super bright, so it's probably not gonna work the same, but let's just go back to those notes. Cool, I need more filters. I'll always need more filters, but now I feel like I need more oscillators. So, never ends. I buy long cables, I need short cables. I buy a bunch of short cables, I need a bunch of long cables. I don't understand how I can never get it right. It's as if the synth gods had planned against me from the beginning. Well, I will strike them down with my really bad gas. Oh, scheiße. Yeah, we're really big on getting people into soldering, helping them out with soldering and building stuff. Either as crazy as this, or like, there's definitely plenty of projects out there that are not nearly as nutty as, like, my favorite example is the good old distortion pedal. Distortion circuits are very, very simple. There's not a lot of components to it, and you know, there's not a lot of rooms to make mistakes or, you know, put something in wrong or anything like that. It's all just like going pop, maybe 24 parts, something like that. But the payout is enormous because it's distortion. It sounds freaking amazing, and typically most people, you know, they have something. They either have a guitar or a bass or maybe a keyboard, and you can plug all that in, and you'll have a great experience with it. And Trade Splatter's right. It is a lot cheaper, and yeah, I think it's still cheaper, but you kind of spend a lot of money in tools. Like, so it kind of balances out a little bit. Hi, Mind AI. Is that right? Did I read that right? I think I did. Hi, Mind. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome into the channel, mate. Oh, you're talking about the light diffusion. Well, you know, all the make noise stuff does it that way, and it looks awesome. I've been working on some projects with some clients, and they like that aesthetic, that look, and so I'm like, cool. I need to figure out exactly how you're supposed to do it. Haven't quite figured that part out yet. Working on it. Trying hard. So we got the I think it might be time for a dab. I don't know. Yeah, let's do a dab. I'm just gonna do a self-induced dab. No need to use your dab points. You can bank them, invest them, have those dab points turn into big dab points. Turn that around, buy a dab mansion. Think about it. You can take your dab investment, double it, triple it. There's nothing you can't do with the SID made up money pyramid scheme coin. SID coin, that's what we were calling it. It is removed. Yeah, I know. But what's funny? What's funny is that it held up, these boards getting printed for like a week, because I kept going back and forth with JLCPCB on. They're like, "Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?" Like over and over on these panels. And I'm like, yeah, it's cool. And I figured if I'm wrong, at least I know in the future if it, you know, it's a 50-50. Did you want this or not? And I said yes. So if, you know, next time I'll say no, you know, and get it printed correctly. And so that was the only thing that was a little bit of a butt in the pain. But whatever, they'll get me. They'll figure me out someday. Yeah, trade splatter. Yeah, you just have to specify it, and I haven't quite grasped that yet entirely. So. That was kind of cool. We're going up. Buck 10. That's a sexy number. That'll get the boys and the girls ready for love. Something. No, let it go. zoned out there for a moment there. Booze, how you doing, mate? Poke your eyes out, how you doing as well? And I must say, old chap, that is a big-ass box of noise, bigger than the boxes that are in here. How does that work? Very, it's easier than you think, honestly. You haven't seen the modular before, Booze? I guess not. It's pretty beepy and boopy, right? Yeah. It does help me de-stress and chill and yeah, there was a time, man, it was probably like 5, maybe 6 years ago. It's before COVID. It's a couple of years before COVID. All I would do was, and I had about half as much of this. I just had the frac rack, but I had these two oscillators. And I would just tune them to the same or to octaves or fifths or some nice division that worked out well. And I would just let it drone, and I'd just listen to it. I'd go in it, I'd still be tweaking on it. I'd be running it through filters. I'd be doing like modulation. But the core thing was just that one note. And it's very meditative. It was very nice. It's where I kind of started coming up with the idea of the whole Zen garden. GG intro, thank you. What's this? Yeah, Biz, by the way, it was awesome to see your stream. That was the first time I ever caught that. I got to see a little bit of it. I had to go to bed, so I probably caught about 20 minutes of it, maybe 30. But that's a cool rig as well. It was nice to finally see it. So it'll open a summer school camp for young middle school kids to listen to fundamentals. Yeah, well, I like to indoctrinate kids into being doctors. Can't stop it. Yeah, no, I hear you. My first thing I ever built, was a vocoder from Paya. I think it's 6 or it's 8 bands. It still fucking works. I don't use it because it doesn't sound really that cool. It's like, eh. But, you know. Yeah, I've been saying earlier, this whole spot here is already taken up. I kind of left it like this because all the modules that we are working on right now will fill this. Oh, did you see the new modules we got in the mail? I'll just show you the panels, because that's like more useful. And honestly, it's mostly what I got. So this is a buffer, and as you can see, it's translucent, so you got this cool little light effect. If I'm not mistaken, the way this design works is it's normal down. So if you plug something in, all the outputs will be the same until you break that circuit. And then this other panel is basically the same thing in 2 different formats. This is the Wevelet, which is the ripples from Emily Chalette, but with oh, I see what they might have been talking about, but with some mods. It's like a smaller version, I believe. And I also got the 1U version of that same panel. I don't have any 1U rails, but I am very much looking into it. I'm trying to find a source where I can get them and they're black. Cuz I really want to keep the aesthetic the same on here. And but the plan was to do a line of 1U either across here or across here in between these rails here. So that way, I'd have like plenty of room, and then I'd have it'd be like pretty centrally located. Usually, a lot of 1U stuff has a very utilitarian. Is that a word? It has a very utilitarian. I don't know. Utility purpose. So I mean, the fact that there's a filter is crazy, but filters are kind of, you always use them. So what the hell? Yeah, this is beautiful. I'm really hyped. And oh yeah, I don't know if this was obvious or not. This too has the translucent setup. So really beautiful. I'm really hyped. These turned out really, really nice. JLC is making money from me hand over fist. They got to be in the hundreds now. And here's one PCB I got, but I don't remember the deal. But it does have the name Terminal Tedium. But there's a crystal on here, but I don't know what the fuck. If this is a screen. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I forgot, but it's okay. It's all on the internet. As long as the internet doesn't go away, I'll be all right. Internet goes away, I'm a sad Sid. And be like, oh man, I did not write this shit down or get it printed. That was a bad move. Oh, mates. Oh. At least my stomach quit bothering me. I was having my stomach was like bothering me all morning. And I was like, just kind of like, all right, well, it's going to go away, right? And then it went away like an hour before the stream. And I was like, oh, cool. And then it came back like 30 minutes before. And I was like, motherfucker. But then I smoked a jazz cigarette. And I think that kind of took care of it. It's still a little, but it's not as bad as it was, where I was like, man, this isn't fun. My belly. Fuck you, belly. Fun fact, that's actually the whole reason I ever got into smoking ganja, was because of my stomach. I always have stomach problems. I've tried to go to the doctors and stuff, but they just want to, I don't know, they want to give me stuff that I'm actually, like, talk about dodging a bullet. There was one drug that they gave me, and I think I took it for like a short period, but eventually it was just, I like bailed on it because it didn't really help that much. And then like fast forward 15 years later, I get an email that I can be part of a class action lawsuit because it's like gives you cancer or some shit. I don't know if that's the exact thing, but it turns out it's not healthy. It's dangerous. So I was like, oh man. But over time, I drank. I used to drink a lot of beer, and that would help, sort of. And then eventually, I was like, well, this isn't going to work long term. So I started smoking, but I had like, when I was in 17 or 18, I would smoke, but I started getting really sick, and it never went away. And so for a good 5 years, I was allergic, so to speak. And because I get really, really sick, like spinning head, nauseous kind of thing. And but I was trying to find a solution to my stomach, and so I would get like very, very small amounts, and I'd I do like one hit, you know, just like one little tiny hit, not even hold it in, you know, the Joe Rogan hit sort of kind of thing. If you ever seen that clip of him giving advice on how to smoke weed, I'm like, you were like every fucking dude back in an alley or in a parking lot of a concert that I'm like, shut up, man. Shut up. But anyways, I would do that, and it took about 3 months, I want to say, but eventually I didn't get sick anymore, and then, like, I started smoking more and more and more, and then I just kind of developed this insane tolerance that you see before you. Well, not insane, but it's pretty damn good. You know, I'm proud of it. I only know a few people on this planet. You know, well, yeah, a good handful of people on here where I'm like, oh well, yeah, they smoke a little bit more than me. But you know, they're Rastafari. Yeah, bad IBS. Yeah, exactly. So I tried using that, and it's worked, and it's been working for quite a while. I haven't really had any downsides or anything, I would say. I don't know. I forget stuff. No, I'm kidding. I always forgot shit. Senility is in the family bloodline. I shall be like my father before me, where he will start a sentence. And as time goes on, there's an exponential chance that he may complete it. My dad used to do that shit all the time. He'd say something and he'd be like, yeah, man, so, you know, one time me and blah, blah, blah. He smoked cigarettes, you know. I smoke weed too, but yeah, he smoked cigarettes. And I'd like wave my hand in front of him and be like, what? You were talking about blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. Lost his foot. Got chopped clean off. Now he walks with crutches. What? What the hell was the context for that? I was just thinking about it. I think about my dad with some Norm Macdonald hybrid. Ooh, there's a dab. I need to do the dab, otherwise the dabs will stack. A stack dab is a smack dab. Oh, yes. Thanks, but this is a Wendy's, sir. Okay, but this is a Wendy's, sir. What? Alright, let me see where we are on the old Dabotron 9000. Oh, man. I've been playing, I got some new tables again last night. I played, what did I play? Let me think. This could use more. It's kind of low on the juice. So one of the tables I play, actually, there were a few, but the only one that I can think of that stuck in my head was the Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back pinball. And the VPX version of it is really, really, really cool. Like, there's a bunch of video effects, you know, like, I don't know, it wouldn't happen in the real world kind of effects, you know, video game effects. But they're not annoying at all. They're pretty dope. It's basically like the pop bumpers. Every time you hit the pop bumpers, you get the blaster sound, you know, the gun, that pew pew. But it will flash like red or blue, and it looks badass. It looks really, really cool. And then there's other little things like the launcher is a lightsaber. So when you fire the launcher, it looks like the head of a lightsaber that hasn't been turned on yet, and then it has like a little glow. The sound effects are awesome. The music is good, of course. There's all the, you know, the classic Star Wars sounds. Lots of good samples, like in the original game. It uses the original game's ROM, but there's a bunch of audio mods that they did to hype it up, make it sound better. But that was probably my favorite table, and to really put it in perspective, and I hope I don't get any hate, but I'm not really a big Star Wars fan. Like, I don't hate it, but I definitely am not like some people that really, really like it. I am not one of those people. I am more of a, it's a good sci-fi. It's not bad. I mean, it's a cool story. I love the action. I love that. I love a good action movie. I love a good sci-fi action movie. Good balance of dialogue, crazy characters, crazy, you know, cultural sci-fi weirdness. You know, oh, these people do this. You know, that kind of stuff. And it was pretty easy to follow. You know, and it has all the good stuff. But I don't know. I always felt like people really liked it way more than I did. And then I was always like, that's weird. All right, well, whatever. Again, I don't hate it. It hates me. All right, we got this dab machine ready. I'm going to put it on maximum dab. Trying to see what other games I got there, but yeah, Star Wars. Oh, I finally got a working version of Centaur. I played this one game called Time Lords that's pretty cool. But that was about it. Unless you like Buck Rogers or Speed Racer, which I do. There you go, Subsector. Right. Star Trek. Yeah, I always enjoyed that. But to be fair, there was a lot more Star Trek content growing up. So oh, way better. Good to see you, by the way, Subsector. Yeah, there was a lot more content. When I was a child, as a kid, a little baby and everything, the movie was coming out, the first movie, I want to say, and then they kind of put them out pretty quickly, like up till the third film. And I remember when that happened, when the movie came out, I remember it being, since it was syndicated and everything, it was just like on reruns on multiple channels. And it was very easy back in the late 70s, early 80s to watch like Star Trek, the original series, because it was always on. And then Later, they launched The Next Generation, which is a fantastic series as well in its own right. And so you have like 3 seasons of one, that's at 70 some odd episodes, and then you have however many The Next Generation, and then it kept going. You know, by the time we were into Deep Space Nine, they started doing the prequels for Star Wars. And I mean, if we can continue to be honest, I tried to watch those not too long ago, and that kind of put me off on all of Star Wars. I was like, I really did not like them. I've watched them several times, but this time I really tried to watch it, and I was like, I'm not into these. The old ones are cool. I don't know about this one. So, anyways, probably getting a lot of people hating on me. You don't like Star Trek? Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. I always think it's funny that there's some sort of dichotomy. It's one or the other. It's like Beatles or the Rolling Stones. And you're like, I think you can like both. I don't think they ever like wrote the same song and they were like, we did it better. I don't think that ever happened. You know, the Star Trek and Star Wars universe are in two different universes. They have nothing to do with each other. I don't think there's any issue there. But that was a good dab. Why does it say, I don't think it's supposed to say 3. I took yeah, I didn't do a dab ad. Keep in mind, guys, you guys can do that command. It's not just like mods and stuff. I found out it's just listed for anybody. So if you see a dab, you can do exclamation dab ad. If 2 of you do it at the same time, it has a timeout, so it'll take the first one. You don't have to worry about it. And at the worst, it can always get fixed. It's pretty easy fix. Because I finally memorized the command to fix it. You know what, too? I was tempted to put this guy in. This is the micro-Hove filter. I just don't have the LED working, but everything else works, and I have a panel for it. So I might... I don't know. I may do that for Synth. We've got this guy. I just need to program it, and I think I'm gonna just do it off stream. But I mean, that gives you an idea. There's that space, and then the micro-Hove, and then we have a bunch of other. This is just a little plate. All that room's gone. Gone, Daddy, gone. The love is gone. Man, I just been tired. Like, I didn't get much sleep the night before, and then tonight, my stomach like bothered me all morning, so I didn't really say. I can't win. If I just go to bed at a normal early time. Oh shit. Tangled myself here. Oh well. You know what? Doesn't matter. Don't matter. Anyways. I don't know the next set. Nah, it's over. I don't know if I like that. Let's do double claps. Double claps. Double claps, mother trucker. Try to come up with a riff. I need to change the key, but it's really easy to play in this. And every time I try to shift it down, it doesn't work. Wrong song. Jesus. Hey, we got Hayes in the house. Wait. Alright, so that was all like the same note on the same string. Or not the same note, but the same string. Ah, that's shitty. Ah, shit. Let me try that. Ah, shit. That's kind of tricky. It's tricky to rock the house. To rock. It's tricky. I don't know why I hold my breath the whole time I'm playing. That's not healthy. It explains the dizziness. This dizziness going. Maybe we can try to. Although it is easier since I already know the notes, I could do. So I can kind of dampen it just a little tiny-ish bit. Wait. Okay, I kind of know where I'm doing. I don't know. Yeah, rocking my morning from Melbourne. Ah, rock and roll, rock and roll. That's awesome, mate. Well, welcome in. Yeah, anybody who's coming on this channel, they're lurking, they're chilling. Maybe didn't hear. We are in Jamtown. Jamtown is the modular synth and the music and the jammin' and the rockin' and the rollin'. We're normally in the lab. We actually build this stuff. Like 95% of this is DIY. About half of it we've made on the channel. Before that, I made it before I started streaming. And we're really about getting people into making this kind of stuff. We love to help people out with soldering, help them find projects, help them find tools, equipment, whatever you need, all that. You know, we're 100%, we're fully serviceable in that department. And at the same time, you know, we're all a bunch of synth nerds. With nerdiness comes other forms of nerdness. We were just talking about Star Trek versus Star Wars, that great dichotomy. Will never end, like Heaven and Hell and Donkey Kong and Mario. Atlas. But we, what else? Yeah, we're kind of just, it's a very much a very chill stream, so if you have any questions about the modular, you want to see a particular patch, you want to know why something's patched some way, you want to know how something works, how it's working, I'd be more than happy to explain it. Even if you think your question has been asked many times, don't worry, it hasn't. Not today, anyways. So you're good. Honestly, I think, what was it, the other day we had people asking the same question over and over or something, and I was just like really working on trying to streamline that answer. So, you know, it's all good. And we got our bass. I got this bass guitar a few months back in the end of January. It's the first nice bass I've ever had. I've had some basses, but they weren't that nice. This thing is super nice. Really fantastic action, great tone, great electronics. Just really real fun to play. And 5 strings, 1 for each finger. Doesn't work though. It works with our theme here. We have an 8-string guitar that would play too. So between 8-string guitar and 5-string bass, you know, we're holding it down. I need to get a banjo. That's a weird number of strings. I think a banjo's 4, or no, not 4, 5. Well, there's like 4 main strings, and then there's the little side dude. I don't know what that guy's called on a banjo. I've played a banjo, but I'm not banjo knowledgeable. Right, exactly. I know the guy named Banjo. He's fantastic. Don't go drinking with him though. Just a heads up. Don't go drinking with Banjo. I cannot stress that enough. If Banjo invites you to go drinking, you aren't feeling too well. You're sick. If you need to, go get gross. Say like, I got some really bad diarrhea, you know? And if Joe's like, you'll be all right, be like, no, man. I am worried about my hotel. I think they're gonna hit me with like cleanup costs. So I'm gonna be spending the night working on that. Have fun. Because if you go out drinking with Banjo, how can I put this simply? It's like taking a rocket ship directly into our sun. Not a good idea. Banjo will fuck you up. He gets violent, he starts fights, and he expects you to have his back. And I mean, he also expects you to be like a certified, like, you know, Krav Maga or whatever the fuck. I mean, like, he expects you to have some sort of like super martial arts skills and like registered weapon hands and shit like that. Like he thinks that too, because those are the kind of fights he starts where you are maybe, you know, right out of the gate, oh crap, I'm either gonna die or I'm gonna have to take this dude's life. That's the fights that Banjo gets at in a bar, in a convenience store before you even get to the bar, because he's got a pre-game. Now, I don't condone drinking and driving, but, you know, I didn't have much room in the past. He was just chugging him, shotgunning him at lights, and he wants you to shotgun with him. You cannot, like, say no. You cannot. It's not peer pressure. It is almost a direct threat to not just you, but your whole fucking family. Banjo will go there. Banjo is fucking insane. One time, now this wasn't me, this was somebody else. Banjo took them all to a strip club, pulled a gun out, held the entire strip club hostage, and then, like, smoke grenaded out of there. Like, they never caught him. Now, they caught the other guy that was hanging out with him, and he had to do, like, a dime for armed robbery. But Banjo got away scot-free. It did shit, like, 2 days later. Can you believe it? Like, almost the exact same thing, but this time at a Chuck E. Cheese's pizza. Yeah, he gets wasted at any place. Banjo, he doesn't care. He's like, oh, hey, Chuck E. Cheese, I love their pizza. Blah, 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 blah. That's him. That's like almost, that sounds like him. Ah, blah, blah. Every now and then you hear that. Yeah, no one wants to hear that. When he gets really wasted, you start getting that song over and over. And when I say really wasted, I'm talking about $300 to $400 in starters. Like, that's the first bar. And that's with the pre-gaming too. It's incredible. It's kind of astounding. Like, I guess if you want to watch, like, if you're like one of those people that studies volcanoes that are erupting and you've got like protective suits or something, yeah, go party with Banjo. Go party with him. But I don't know. Otherwise, it's kind of dangerous. You could be hit by molten lava, and Banjo could be out while you're doing 10 years in a federal penitentiary. You know, ain't no Johnny Cash gonna visit you at San Quentin. That ain't gonna happen. Oh my God. Such a dork. Anyways, in a synth node, VCV and MIDI keyboard, but noob. Oh, sorry, noob. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. That's fantastic, mate. Yeah, I tell everybody to get VCV Rack. I'm like, if this fascinates you, if this looks interesting at all, and you want to figure it out, but you don't want to dump money into buying modules or whatever, you can get VCV Rack. Not only is it a extremely competent simulation, it's actually extremely useful. You can make really good music with it. There's plenty of people out there that make awesome jams with it, and it's and I'm sure you know too that you can actually interface it with hardware as well, which some people do. I've been thinking about it, but I don't know. It's like money I don't want to spend because I have to buy it. That's why I DIY it. But yeah, I love VCV Rack. It's probably one of my favorite. It's one of the only music softwares I use anymore. I don't use a DAW that much, except for like tracking and so forth. But to compose and so forth, but I'm not really recording stuff too much. You could do that. But you could also just do it open. Oh, well, I guess you can. fucking screwed that up. Oh wait, that's right. Anyways, I'm kind of wasting my time. Banjo is my dad. 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 That's nice timing there, synthesizer. See if we can change the keys. Oh, Scheisse. Don't do that. Alright, I'm changing them all to D. For D's nuts. D's nuts. That's beautiful. It's really beautiful. Let's see if we can find some other patterns here. Yeah, that's cool. Why is it not changing? Alright, that's acceptable-ish. Yeah, someone should ask ChatGPT about these nuts! Oh, this chair rotating is phenomenal for the butt. Otherwise, I'd have to rotate on my ass, which will not be as comfortable as one would think. I want to say it's this pattern is cool, but there's no way to find out. Try it one more time. Take that guy out. Sounds cuter. Not having a preference is a preference. That's true too, I guess. Jesus Christ, what kind of paradoxes are we opening? No theremin? I'd like to get a theremin. I like the fact that it has a quantizer in it, and you can turn it off, and its price is not insane. It's like pretty reasonable, so maybe someday. It has the amplitude and the frequency bar, which is what I want. I don't want one where I put them together. I want the amplitude and the frequency separate, because that's where the challenge comes in. Challenge. Fight! All right. Oh, it did change keys. That's cool. a stair. I don't want to do that. Guys, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We got none other than the Brutes are coming in. Super Guy with that piping hot. Ready or not, get ready for the plickety plop, plop, bloop. Ready! Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Guys, if you are not familiar with Zabrutzler, you need to change that. You need to change that. Let me do the thing with the stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Did it happen? Did it work? It worked. Brutzler, thank you so much for the raid. Knocked Online, how you doing? How was your stream? What did you guys work on today? Mechanical Wire, good to see you as well. Implement a display on a Raspberry Pi, a small one, a 3.5. Oh yeah! Nice. I've got a couple, well, I think mine are 1.5. I don't think they're 3.5s, but good to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so very much for the raid. If anyone's new to the channel, we do electronics. We solder and build. We try to get people into soldering and building. And this is one of the things that we've soldered and built. About a good portion of it is DIY. And about half of this we've made on the stream. Making jams with it right now. We do that for at least 1 week out of the month. Usually it's the last week of the month. This month's been a little weird, so I decided to do it this week. But if you have any questions, if you're curious about any of this stuff, feel free to ask. I love answering those kind of questions and getting into it. Mo. Oh yeah, I still had the tap thing down. That's what's up. I was like, man, I'm not getting any time on that. We got the bass, or the bass ter. And yeah, welcome in. We'll get some jams going to celebrate y'all's arrival. Let's go with the 4 on the floor. Keep fucking up that riff. That's how we do it here. Knocked online. Gute Nacht. Thank you so much for chilling. Thanks for coming in. Have a good rest of the night. Thank you very much for the well wishes on the good stream. Change it. That's too hard. Going to bed, Brutzler. Thank you very much for the raid. You have a wonderful night and a wonderful weekend. I guess the weekend's almost around the corner, so have a wonderful weekend. Take care of yourself, and thanks again. That was pretty cool. I call that one laundry detergent. That is all. Doesn't have a fancy name, it's just called laundry detergent. I felt like, remind me to do my laundry. When I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, gotta wash my undies. Ah, das ist good. Trying to think here. Maybe the best course of action. could change up these patterns a little bit. Let's do a little bit of that. Let's funk with the patterns here a little bit here. I don't know if that helped or hurt, but it might be cool. You never know. I know that fucking knob. Well, I think it's the electrics. I think it's noisy. I don't know. Actually, there's an easy way to find out. I could just unplug the drum machine, or no. No, it's just the electrics, so if I really want to get rid of it, I can stop chaining it like that, like some sort of savage. In the meantime, get rid of that. It's a little bit unsettling. Alright, I need you guys to do some drone for me for just a little bit here. Just a little bit. I need to clear. Okay, that'll work. I'm cool. Kinda sounds like a bunch of trumpet tones. Sounds like a trumpet swell or like a brass swell. But it never happens. Because they lied to you. They lied to you about the swell, they lied to you about everything. But not me. Let me grab. I wish it went lower. Could everybody go? Maybe I should take it down. Break it down. We could do it down here. Oops. Damn you. Oh, it's already transposed. Okay, that's kind of cool. Maybe bring the bass boy back in. Alright. Needs more delay on that rude boy. Much better. sufficiently sounds like a horror theme. Space horror. Not to be confused with the film Space Horror. Space horror is much different than space horror. Please listen carefully. It's space horror, not space horror. That is playing at a completely different theater and has a completely different rating system. And lots of sex. Space horror has an R rating and limited sex. Buy your tickets today. Well, all right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is doing that then? Garces, welcome in, mate. I'll be right back. 2 shakes. Just need to go to the restroom and file my 2019 tax return. I'm a little bit behind, but it'll just take a minute. Just like two minutes maybe. Here, put the sign up. Barabak. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. I don't feel like this is in key. So those guys should be okay. Oh, well, there's your problem. So that was out of tune. The other guy should be fine. I'm not going to retune those dudes. What the fuck did I just do? Did I... That's better. Ah, much better. Ah. There's that Discordian that was tossing me all weird like. Oh, weird like, you know? I was feeling strange inside. Like a man was grabbing me by the innards and then like twisting around. Weird like. And then he holds you really close and he whispers right into your ear, I'm your new reality. So I went and got a, damn, really glad we tuned that. I went and got a brew. I picked up some beer last night for our friends in Deutschland, or Europe in general. This is from Huss Brewing Company. I want to say, no wait, that's Sun Up. So Huss Brewing Company, I don't remember their story, but they're a local brewery here in Arizona. Actually here in Phoenix, if I remember right. Does it say Phoenix? Oh yeah, it's over in Tempe. So it's just down the road from where I live. And this is a German style Kolsch. Now, my friend and our moderator, Mr. X, explained to me that that is a very important semantic right there to say German style Kolsch. A lot of the times they'll call a beer a Kolsch, and I was corrected that that is an inaccurate term since it's not from the country, or not from the land, I should say. So anyways, but it's really good. It's a nice little, nice light kind of beer. I think this is a 4.7 ABV. I couldn't get PBR last night. I figured, well, I still don't want to do IPAs right now yet. I'll get myself a tasty Huss Brewing Company, and this is called the Scottsdale Blonde, which is a local joke here. Just to put you on the inside of that joke, here in Phoenix, like any major city, there's a lot of little tiny silly cities all around that have kind of grown into it and or become part of it. Phoenix is no different. The whole area is generally referred to as the Valley because there's a big, you guessed it, nothing gets past you. That's right, a valley. So besides Phoenix, there's at least a dozen other towns and so forth that are surrounded. I'll try to remember as many as I can. And there's different sections too. There's Tempe, there's Chandler, there's Ahwatukee, there's Scottsdale, there's Paradise Valley, there's Goodyear, there's Peoria, there's Glendale, there's Tolleson. I got a ticket there. That's the only reason I know about that place. And Mesa, of course. Mesa's the largest one, I believe. And so on and so forth. There's a bunch. Like one time I was sitting at a bus stop and it had like the whole transit map of the entire valley. And I was just sitting there like I was bored. I had nothing else to do. This is before phones were really usable. And I just sat and counted off all the little towns, all the little areas. Yeah, I didn't even do Deer Valley, Pima. God, there's so much. It's ridiculous. And there's even Native American tribal land nearby as well, and that's considered its own fucking SpaghettiOs. So there's quite a bit. More value than, I don't know, if you don't like lights, it's nice. If you don't like light pollution, it's great. But Scottsdale is kind of known as the sort of the upper class sort of area. Paradise Valley, in fact, is the upper of that. They're all multi-million-dollar homes over there. All the property that to rent is like, designer stores, and so with all the shopping centers over there, it's all designer stores and stuff like that. So that's kind of that area. And although Scottsdale's really big and there is a lot of variety, still, I mean, if that's your nightlife, that's what Scottsdale's known for. And this brings in a particular type of person that you kind of see here in Arizona. Like, I've seen jokes about it before on like shows like Family Guy and so forth. They make fun of the Arizonian, and it is very, very true. There's like a very common, and they basically just look like knockoffs of LA women or whatever, but they have the blonde hair, and then they're very tan, and they've always got some, very noticeable outfit. Crazy colors, crazy cut, whatever. That in fleets. Like, you can go to like certain parts of Scottsdale and just watch a parade of these women on and on. And it's pretty funny, honestly, because it's like there's a glitch in the Matrix. What do you mean? I saw a white woman, and then a few minutes later I saw another white woman. Did it look like the same white woman? It could have been. Was she wearing the same outfit? No, that would be wrong. Then it wasn't the same woman. Still, I think we're in Scottsdale, but it could be a glitch in the Matrix. Was the white woman carrying a handbag? Well, of course she was. Was that handbag large enough to conceal a weapon? Possibly. Then we're definitely in Scottsdale. What type of caliber are we talking? At least 32. No Scottsdale woman would carry a 22. That's insane. That has no stopping power. Oh, man. How slow can this go? 64. What if... Yeah, let me try this. Do something stupid. Stupidly fun. I don't know if it's gonna work. It's pretty far. It did work. Now, our horror movie soundtrack is on its own, self-writing, self-replicating. It is self-aware. The only way we can stop it? Twiddle its knobs. Twiddle it. Show it no mercy. Spin the knobs as you would any knob, even your own. Do not fear it. I'm digging on this, to be honest. I know we should do music, but this is like when they would take songs and slow them way the hell down into hours. I used to listen to those a lot. They're pretty good. Some really cool, like, artifacting. Weird noise. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, those are on. Everything that's causing the crescendos in and out is all sloth or a variation of the sloth, which is a chaos slew generator. And so it'll move in and out, and it'll do it at a constant rate. Ooh! Is this a free-for-all match? Anybody can get into this, guys. Throw those numbers in. Get that score pumping. Your first number is the angle. 0, 90, 180. Or some variation in between those. Then the second number is your power. That's from 1 to 100. You put the power and the angle together. Angle first, power second. You will have a formidable amount of juice going. And you can come in. You don't have to... You can just start putting the numbers in. You don't have to have joined from the beginning, but you will have to catch up if CPT has made any points. Now I wonder if the rest of this was good, and I just couldn't tell because that other guy was out of... I'm just gonna let it play. The whole thing, man. I'm gonna put on a faster one though. Let's do 128. Seems like a super spade. Oh, Jesus H. Christ. Jamstrat card. You don't say. Mates, if you're not familiar with the Jamstrat cards, let me tell you how it works. So, we've got, So we have these cards. They are from the Golden Shrimp Guild. That's annoying. Now these cards are from all the different artists that have participated in the Golden Shrimp Guild, and they all have different moves, different grooves, and different things to help you come up with some cool jams. There's quite a few that don't quite work for what we're doing, so I put that in the not so working for me pile, but this pile should be alright. We're gonna cut the deck. We're not gonna do a casino wash. I would like to, but we simply don't have the felt. Sorry, I know that one hit me hard too. Alright. Let's see if this jam strat is gonna cut it. Oh, our good friend Latui. Ooh, I like this one. Pick 3 knobs at random. I forgot the rest. And turn them each 30 degrees. I can do that one. I've done it before, and I'll do it again, goddammit. I've turned knobs 30 degrees, 70 degrees, 80 degrees. Even when it's 89 degrees, I've turned them many degrees. So we will degree this one more time. Right. Random. Let me think here. I don't know, maybe I should do like 3 different sections. You know? Like... Oh wait, I meant to go that way. Oh, this isn't working now? Oh, because I'm a doofus. Alright. So I'll do 3 different sections. I'll grab one from here, and one from here, and one from here. One from here, here, and here. All right. hard part is, I know kind of where everything is, and then I don't know. I don't think I got anything. Yep, I got the side. Oh, you know what? I'm close to this delay. So I'm going to turn this 30 degrees clockwise or counterclockwise? We'll do clockwise. All right, there's one. We'll go over here. It's mostly a mixer, but actually, that is all that's over here. It's just the mixer. We're not using much here, so let's do 2 here. We'll do 1 up here. I'm nearest to the 2 VCA. I'll turn the second input knob up, which adds a lot of distortion because it's a feedback circuit. And then a random one from here. Resonance. It's not very noticeable though. There it is. Alright, I've increased the tempo. Tempo's warming up. It's gonna be good. Victory! Kudos, my friend. Kudos. Oh yeah, because we're doing a big... I'm done with that. Why am I talking like Mario? Still working on my hammers. My hammers. Still have a long ways to go. Oh, lordy, 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 lordy. A la mercy. attenuator. Nice. I like that. See ya. Second. Wait for this to end. There we go. Then we'll put a little bit of tail on that. Alright. Awesome. We got a jam saved. It's not wonderful, but it's wonderless. Right, let's change this progression. Enchanting wolf, shit wolf, I should say. Good to see you, mate. Wonderful, what are you saying? Spoiling myself with craft beers from Japan. Ah, Japan. Das ist good. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Well, whatever, you get the idea. That's awesome, mate. I too am enjoying some beer, a little different than what I normally do. I've been really loving the PBR lately, but I ordered some beer last night, and it wasn't an option, so I ordered some. This is a local brewery here called Huss Brewing Company. They're out of Tempe, just down the road. And this is a German-style Kolsch, not an actual Kolsch. I was educated. It's called Scottsdale Blonde, which is kind of an inside joke here. But it's a good beer. It's a nice little light beer, which is kind of what I've been drinking lately. I drank IPAs for a long time. And just like over the last few months, I was like, man, I'm just getting kind of, I'm worried I'm going to burn myself out and not like them at all. And I've been playing, I don't know if you're aware, I've been playing a lot of pinball. You're familiar that I've been doing that? Well, anyways, yeah, just so you know, playing a little pinball lately. And I find that, like, light beers really go well with pinball versus, like, an IPA or, I'm going to sit down and talk, versus, like, an IPA or a, anything heavy, really. Because it's, oh, scheisse. It works with the old, the deal, like, you drain your ball, you got to wait for the bonuses to to add up. You gotta wait for the... Or you gotta wait for your turn. You're playing verses. Good old beer. Pass the time away. I like PBR in a glass 40-ounce bottle. Hard to find. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I've tried PBR in a glass, and I prefer it out of a can. I've had glass PBR, and I'll try it again, but maybe it was skunk beer too. It's very possible that it wasn't stored properly, and that is an issue with bottled beer. If it's not stored properly, you can get real skunky, nasty beer out of it. So it's possible that was the case, but I don't know. Lately I've been into canned beer. I don't know why. I used to not like it. I used to love only bottled beer, but actually I think it was PBR. I found PBR tasted really good out of a can, and then I started noticing these other beers that worked versus, stuff I'd had in the past. Agricraft Milkman Ale, summer beer. Nice. Yeah, it's fucking summer in here. What's our temperature right now? Today isn't too bad. It's only 87.6 degrees Fahrenheit or 30.5 C. Oh no, almost 31 C. So, bring out your calendars for that. Oh yeah, now it's almost 88 degrees. That's fucking hot. And what sucks is it takes a million, even if I turn all this gear off, it still takes forever for this room to cool down. It's a real issue. Wait, 80 outside. Oh damn. Yeah, I don't know what the temperature is outside. I haven't looked it up. Let's find out. It says it's 95 out. So it's actually, and I know you're going to laugh, but it's actually kind of cool here. I think we're low on dabs so far. I need to do something about that. We're only at 3? That can't be right. Well, I'll help her with that. I'm going to grab another one of these delicious brews here. Brewed similar to a lager, this local favorite is Huss Brewing's flagship beer, crisp, clean, and refreshing with a slightly sweet finish. I added some extra articles in there. Won some awards. Man, I'd love to judge beer. It's got to be like a professional video game tester. Like the best gig in the world. Man, I had this. I just remembered this. So, I knew this guy, and his son would play video games, and we both, he played like PlayStation or whatever, and I was like, oh, I'm on PlayStation. We'll play sometime. And I even remembered. That's right. I gave his son a video game, a game that I really liked, and I was like, I picked up a copy and handed it to him, and I was like, oh, well, join up. I'll team up and play with you sometime, and we can play together. And it was a PvP game, so all that. So, anyways, my friend, the friend of mine, he was kind of like, I don't really talk to this guy anymore because of a long story, but this is a good inkling of why. But he was kind of like, man, my son just plays video games, and and his son's like 13. It's like, who fucking cares? He's like, I don't know what he's gonna do for a job, and I'm like, what do you mean, man? He's 13. He's like, yeah, but I mean, he's not getting any skills. I'm like, did you get skills when you were 13 for your job that you have now? Yeah, me neither. When I was 13, I was still trying to figure out if I was a boxer or a brief guy. Eventually, I settled up on boxer briefs, but I was much older in life. It's a journey. It's a journey all men must take. And some women. Behold. Anyways, I'm being stupid. But I told this guy, I was like, well, your son's not too bad at video games, and one of his things his son likes to do is try to find glitches, and his favorite thing is to go off the map. Like, it was almost so much I didn't like playing games with him because that's all he wanted to do was like not play the game but play the bugs in the game, and I was like, I'm bored. But and I mentioned that to him. I was like, well, he's really good at finding glitches and like trying to spam different little spots and whatever. You can actually get a job in the industry. It doesn't pay wonderfully to be testers, but it's still a job, and you can leverage that later on into a career of either designing or whatever. If you want to stay in the gaming industry, there's stories of people that just being testers and either taking night classes or whatever to learn a little bit of coding, or just kind of learning it by getting in, using it as an entry-level job. So anyways, I don't know. I don't know why I thought of that. I just thought it was so funny. I'm like, oh my God, dude, are you kidding? There's like 1 billion jobs right now. Like when we were a kid, yeah, there was nothing. But now, multi-billion-dollar industry called video games. And there's really no, I mean, there's always some little problem, but, when I was growing up, there was the whole, I don't know, they're like, games are violent and blah, 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 and that trash parade. And now you look at those games, those violent games, and you kind of laugh because you're like, really? This launched an entire campaign? It looks so terrible. Video games killed my mother and raped my father. Oh, scheisse. Nice. So I don't know. I may do it tonight. I've streamed a couple times on my YouTube channel where I play just pinball, and it's very simple to. Because I'm playing on a 4K monitor, although I was watching videos and I realized the reason it's so stressful and it's so hard to play it and stream it is because I'm having it rendered to 4K. And so if I had it go to my actual Legends pinball and I set it up to be, 90 degrees, and then I have here, I'll show you what I have going on here. So there's the Legends pinball, and then I have that monitor, that TV monitor above it, and I could use that as the back glass, and I could send all the games from the PC, the streaming computer over to there, capture those windows, put it in OBS, and it won't like break the video card. But man, I haven't gotten around to it. Plus, I have to go through and redo the games, and I'm trying to find an easier way to do it, because like I kind of enjoy playing them on a 4K monitor and playing them in, you know, landscape mode instead of portrait. But there is some benefits to the portrait mode. You can see the back of the playfield easier. Oops, almost struck my beer backwards. Intel has some cheap card GPUs coming soon. That would be nice. You know what? It's funny. I was thinking about building a little a computer for Mrs. Hersey so she could stream. Because right now I have a laptop and it works, but you know, it also sucks. So it would be nice to have something that doesn't have fans going the whole time like a jet engine. And so you telling me that about the Intel, and I've been looking around. Like honestly, you know, it's funny. Like video cards are back to a fairly reasonable price. You know, it's still high, but it's not too bad. But man, CPUs, that's a third of the cost. I keep noticing, and I'm like, God, that sucks. But whatever. I whine and complain. They do nothing. I complain to the Silicon Valley. Nothing happens. What is his accent? I do not know. It is crazy. It's probably Eastern European. Earlier I was working on an Irish accent, and I realized all I'm doing is basically what's his name? I'm just impersonating Liam Neeson. I just talk like him, and that's my accent. CP3Us, I don't have much material to work with. 6,000, yeah, exactly. Eastern European? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know if I can do the Liam Neeson impression, or that accent. Frankly, I find it difficult to concentrate. Fucking it up. I'm putting too much accent. I have to keep it Liam Neeson-y. I'll work on it. I'll come back to you guys. I'll work on it. I just noticed it today. Then I'm like, you know, that's not too bad. I could work with that. And then, you know, of course, I'm in front of you guys. I'm fucking it up. I need an HPC CPU for work. I don't know what that means. HPC? High port content? I too would like some high port content. High performance computing. You know what? I saw a cool video. It was on, it came up on my YouTube feed. It was the Linus, that Linus Tech Fix channel. And they had this video card, that was, it was from NVIDIA, but it's like, it's not for, Joe Schmo. It's literally $10,000 for the card. And they ran it through a bunch of tests, and it was actually the most fascinating thing about it, and the thing I thought was kind of cool. So performance-wise, it did okay, but it kind of did on par with this with the a video card that they had that was a similar architecture or the same architecture, but there was there were different things like the transistor count and so forth and the die size and all that. There were differences, but they were from the same family. And what happened was the performance was about the same, but the biggest difference was the power consumption was insanely low. It was usually half, if not more than half, of like the the NVIDIA like consumer GPU. So it was pretty interesting, and it made sense because it was for servers and whatnot, and power is extremely important, and the heat and all that and cooling and that was the thing too. It didn't even have any cooling or anything. It was basically relying on the server because it was like a blade style. So it's basically expecting the server that it was put in to have fans to pull air across it because it didn't have its own cooling or anything like that. And but it was pretty fascinating. If you haven't seen it, you might like it. You might check it out. Yeah, that was the thing too. They had certain things that it did well at, but the primary thing that they noticed was that it could do all these things, but the power consumption was half, if not more than half. And so that was the takeaway of why this thing costs so much, is that you'll get your return on your first electric bill. When it comes in. Of course, you're running a server with 3-phase running to every rack. Yeah, and they did do other, like, I believe they did some other math. They kind of ran it through. I remember they had some difficulty testing it because they weren't getting much results, and there were other, I can't remember. It was one of those videos I just watched, while I was eating dinner. But I thought it was pretty cool, and you reminded me of it when you brought up the HPC. Why come no work? Oh, that was cool. Yeah, it's not making any sounds. It's a really low bass. Eh. I have real work to do, though. It was like fun work. I don't know about you, but I just love listening to this thing just make tones and sounds. And it's nice when it's just making, like, you know, fun music and shit. I'm not against that, but I don't know. I love sound. I've always been a big freak about it. When I was a teenager, I got into guitar when I was like 13, 14, 15. I really got into guitar. Like, my life was just playing the guitar on and on. And then I was like 16, and I met this gal, and she had a 4-track recorder. And if you're not familiar, 4-track recorder, you can record, you guessed it, 4 channels onto a cassette tape. Cheap, inexpensive cassette tape. And it was nice quality too. It ran the tape at a higher IPS than a regular cassette tape, and it wasn't too bad. So that's when I started to learn about recording and composing and writing. Because before that, I would write songs, and I'd have to like teach everybody in the band how to play it, and invites are open. Yeah, you should be able to follow, if that's what you're talking about. Or whatever the hell they call it. But anyways, I got into that, and that was a big thing. And then, like, as soon as I got into what production was and audio, I really started getting into sound designing and sound. And I remember there was a lot of time where I would just run like noise, or not even noise, just like a tone, kind of like what we have here, but through a little guitar amp, and just blast it and just listen to all the little noises and all the little sounds that go on, because there's a lot happening a lot of the time. I mean, you can have a very simple sound, of course, and there's not a lot, but there's always some shit in the harmonics. There's always like, the room that you're in. If you're blasting it through a speaker, there's going to be resonant properties in the room that are going to cause all these different little harmonic distortions and riffs and so forth. And I don't know. I love it. I don't understand why I haven't gotten sick of it, because it's been going on forever. But the modular kind of helps, because I can really, really set the guy up just to like deliver, and I just hang back and Jesus Christ. And listen to it just make tones and sounds and go, this pleases me. Hey, Iron Imp. Goodbye, bus. Oh, cool. Tuning 12,000 sine waves by hand for additive synthesis. Yeah, just a little bit of additive. Yeah, I never had the tracker thing. When I was getting into the electronic part of music, we had like a drum machine, and I used that kind of as a sequencer, but it was a very crude way to sequence. And then I hear that guy. And then later we got a Power Mac 8600 or 8500. That's right. I have an 8600. I got one later. But you had RCA in. You could record into it, and in stereo, and had video in too. And we used this terrible program from Macromedia called Deck. Yeah, those were the days. But around that time I got into Logic. I started learning about Logic, and I had like a demo version that they sent out to me a while back. And then later I had like some cracked versions, because I couldn't afford Logic back then. Absolutely couldn't. Since then, I bought that program at least 3 times. I have like multiple. They used to. You have a key. It's like a little USB dongle that you'd have to plug in, otherwise the program wouldn't run. And of course, those dongles would get broken. And I think I found one of them, but I used to have like 2, and my buddy had 1, so I think we had like 3 or 4 between us. We would like trade them out. It was like, mine's not working unless I look at the moon. Logic was not reasonable. I liked it. I still use it. It's the program I like to use to write if I need to do something quick, like if I have to do any commercial work, I'll just use Logic, so I can fly through it. Got my key commands. Although I'm probably pretty rusty on them right now. Oh, Digital Performer, yeah. I used that for a little bit. It was okay. I can't remember what issue I had with it back then. There was also Cubase that was available. And Ableton came much, much later. I'm trying to remember. It was Digital Performer. There was Logic. There was Cubase. I feel like there was one more I'm forgetting. Yeah, Reactor. That was cool. Before it was even Digital Performer, it was just called Performer. Oh, I didn't realize that. So that's how I'm at. Hey, Baloo, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're listening to Tones of the Father. Similar to Sins of the Father, but with tones. Ah, see, I came in when it's digital. I didn't use it as a sequencer. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of gravitated to Logic, and I liked the environment. I think that's what attracted me most to it, was how the environment worked. I thought that was, I don't know, it just appealed to me. Going outside the box. Lay legs. Ah. Nice. Oh my goodness. What are we at? Oh yeah. We're doing good here. On time. You know what? I just realized I meant to do the entire stream with sunglasses on. Just like how I make love. Sex with sunglasses on. I brought this up earlier, but I'll say it again. Ooh, cool, it's down to 86 degrees in here. I've been playing a lot of virtual pinball lately, and I played a bunch of cool tables last night. Well, I played one really cool table and the rest were all right. I did get Centaur finally working, which is a really, really cool table. And then Buck Rogers, which we've played before. But where is it? Yeah, there was this one called Time Lord that was pretty cool. It's like an original game. What's funny though is that there's all these voice cues, and the person has an obvious Australian accent. I'm almost positive it's Australian. It's kind of funny, but he's got there's a vocoder. So you're not 100% sure, but it's like, man, that sounds like an Aussie accent.
Ah, nice dab. Good dab, son. You're doing good, son.
No, if I got it. Well, I can't remember the phrasing, but there's a line, and it's so noticeable. I literally just look up at the screen and go, that's Australian. That's definitely not American. That's definitely not British. Yeah, I think that's Australian. Could be that's I mean, I don't know who made the game. It's an original table. But that one's really cool. It's called Time Lord 2, I think. And then the other one was Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, which is from the original game from, I can't remember what year, 80s? I don't know. Actually, it's a later game. Let me look. It has the year in the fucking title. 1980. Man, it plays like a fucking advanced pinball table. That's cool. So it's Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, the pinball game. But what's cool is there's a ton of mods on it. So there's all these really neat things that occur, like there's these bumpers, and whenever your ball hits the bumper, you get the blaster sound, the pew pew, which is cool because it's like when it goes really fast. It's pretty satisfying. But on top of that, there's a glow, like a blue or a green glow, or red, whatever, from the franchise, from like the lightsabers and so forth. And it's a really nice glow effect. It looks really cool. And then there's a bunch of other little things, like the the launcher is a lightsaber, but without, it's not on. It's kind of cool, and it has like a little bit of a glow that occurs whenever you shoot the ball. It's some little attention to detail that makes it neat. And I was saying this earlier, I'm not like, I don't dislike Star Wars, but I'm not like a big Star Wars fan or anything. I mean, it's great and all, but I'm not like, I don't know. There seems to be, you're either in it 100% or you're not, and I'm neither of those. I'm just kind of like, it's cool. I like Empire Strikes Back. That's a pretty fun one. So, I don't have. My point is that I don't have a lot of like bias towards it being a good table. I genuinely was like, I like how this is done. This is fun. The music's there and everything. You've got little samples of Yoda and Darth Vader and all that. So it's fun. It's a good one. Hey, Altman, how you doing? Altman Rez, how you doing, mate? Altman. I can't read. For some reason, I put an extra letter, but it's a long look. Dad, will you bring me upstairs? Yeah, that was my thing too, Evan. I saw I always liked the first movies, the first ones that came out. And then I remembered I saw the prequels, and I think that genuinely kind of ruined me for it. Because I think my liking of Star Wars started to descend. Like, maybe I liked it more when I was younger, but then the prequels came out, and I was like, the fuck is this Jar Jar Binks guy? This is fucking weird. He dies, right? What? He lives? Why? Why did they put him in? This is a weird character. What's his... I don't... Anyways, what's this... Oh, wait, what's this character? What's up? There was just so much of like, what the fuck is going on with this movie? So I didn't really care for it. And then I saw it a few years ago again, and I watched all the prequels, and I was like, yeah, I don't really care for these. They're okay, kind of, sort of. And they're definitely the old ones are really good. I like those. But yeah, the prequels were they haven't aged well at all. That's the other part. Like, you can watch the OG, and it's aged all right. Swashbuckling sci-fi, pirate shirts, stuff like that. Sure, why not? But the prequels? I don't know. Anyways, I know I'm gonna get a bunch of hate mail for that. What do you think about the tip-top Modular modules? I haven't messed with any of them. I mean, I'm curious about it, but I haven't. It's Modular, so it's going to be fun. I have messed with some tip-top modules, and I haven't been the most impressed, considering the cost and all that kind of stuff. But these are older things, possibly. They're doing much better stuff now. And really, you're just doing Modular stuff, which honestly, half the work has already been done. Book of Boba Fett? No, I haven't. I haven't watched any of the new things. I might watch them later on. I'm kind of like all these television shows and series that have come out. I really adopted just binging it after it's done. You know, like, I don't like cliffhangers. I don't like waiting. I definitely don't want to wait a season or whatever. And I fucking hate when people, like, oh man, the new Game of Thrones, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. So, I kind of just enjoy it when I pull it up on a streaming service and like, oh cool, it's that show. Always wanted to watch that. Let me get a couple episodes in. See what I think. Oh, you have a Modular easel? Nice. I would love one of those. Not for the Bills, like America's a Canadian ladies. Yeah, I've had too many disappointments where I got into a show and then it was canceled. That fucked up for me even. I was watching this show, I was like, oh, it's a really great show. I really liked it. And I'm watching it and me and Mrs. Harris watched like the first season and I was like, well, you know, there's only like 2 seasons, but there's a lot of episodes. We'll just kind of watch them slow, and then we'll wait for the 3rd season, and we'll kind of take a little piece out of it. And I was talking to somebody about it, and they're like, yeah, it's too bad they canceled that show. And I'm like, wait, what? There's only 2 seasons. You can't tell a story with 2 seasons. And this was a complicated story. So it's probably just going to end abruptly. Oh, I don't need that in my life. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. I'm not familiar with them. Bukla. All right. So you don't have the cha. No cha, just bukla. En français-ish, kind of. Put a little French spin. All right. Understood. I'll try to remember that. I always fuck it up, though. Coughing in Klingon. Moog says like coughing in Klingon. Yeah, well, there is Worf. Son of Moog. I got so there's a meme of that, and there's a photo of Worf. And he's at his command center, but they photoshopped in Tonto, the synth. And I was like, oh man, this is a really cool shirt. I'm gonna put it in the store. And I had them send me a prototype, you know, like a one-off, because I'll do that for a lot of the clothes just to make sure that they look good. And they sent it to me, and I got it. And then like a week later, they were like, copyright. You're not Paramount. You can't sell this. And so I had to take it off the store. So I only got one shirt where he's saying that. It's pretty badass. Be careful out there. Apparently no one else had done it, so, yeah. Worf, son of Moog. Oh wait, that's not the right word. There we go. 5 dabs. Yeah, I know. I added up like the surge system that Random Sources is offering, all the surge stuff, because I was like, man, this is badass. Yo, rack size surge. I fucking want it so bad. Oh. That's a lot of money, man. Okay, well, they have DIY on some of it. I'll DIY and save a little money, and then I'll buy what I have to buy. Those are really expensive DIY kits. Are you fucking kidding me? $250 for a kit? And the part that sucks too on them is it's just like, for me, is it's all SMD. All the SMD's been soldered. You just do like the jacks and the pots. That's pretty much all the soldering. It's just like a little bit of through hole. Talk about taking the wind out of my sail. How expensive was the Surge? Moderately well hung? I don't know.
He's not seeing pretty.
I plan to do DIY Eurorack case, but fuck, I'm gonna fail. I don't know. Depends on how complicated you make it. Oh, you'd rather buy a skiff. Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to travel, it's better to buy a commercial case. I mean, if you're good with woodworking or materials like fabricating stuff, then you could do it that way, but if you don't have the resources, then yeah, it's just easier to buy it. I agree 100%. This is all, so all these are just a tip top 84 HP with the 2 ears. There's no back of the case or anything like that. And it's being powered by, the Eurorack is being powered by a single Power One power supply, which are these fucking beasts. Someone on Facebook on the DIY, they were like asking about that particular power supply. They picked one up, and I had to like read it again and delete a little bit because I'm like, yo, I sound like I might be fucking this power supply, how much I'm going off about it. I may need to tone it down just a little bit. But it's a really great power supply. They're beasts. They can take a huge amount, like 3 amps, but that's like a real 3 amps. It has a transformer built into it, so you can do any voltage that you want. So if you know, if things change or you need to go change it, I don't know, it's there. And they're dirt cheap. You just gotta buy one used. They'll come out of pieces of equipment, and they'll be like anywhere from 50 to 100 bucks. The worst part is shipping, because they're really fucking heavy. They're a pain in the ass to ship, because it's just a giant transformer, and then it's housed in this like L bracket of steel, and it's not light. So that's the only downside. Yeah, that's a good point, engineer, but there are companies that do that. Best Hero case has to be Dofer. I have to agree with you on that. So when we had the Allen rig, he had the Dofer A100 case, and Mr. X has one as well, and I was impressed. I really liked that case. I loved how it sat, like it wasn't too deep and it wasn't too shallow, so you could sit it upright just fine. You didn't have to worry about tipping it over. It had a good solid structure. The power supply in it was a beat. I fucked it up so many times plugging things in backwards, and it took it right on the chin. The only thing I noticed, and I don't know the story, but this seems to be very common, is the 5-volt rail didn't work, but the person it was coming from was kind of crazy, so it's very possible that it either failed by his own hand, or something goofy happened, or it possibly just broke. I really don't care. I don't fuck with 5 volts. I don't have old modules that use 5 volts, and just about anything you get nowadays has like a little 5-volt regulator built onto the board. But you can run into stuff it isn't, and then you're up shit creek, unless you know how to fix it. Misses the Allen ring. So Iron Imp, Allen is out of prison. He got out of prison at the end of this year. He's been free. He's been living. I've been wanting to get him on the stream, so we could, interview him. Because the longer I take, the less people are gonna know who the fuck this crazy dude is. But he's out. He's free. He's been living a really good life, staying clean and sober. Doing, all the dumb hoops he has to jump through so that he can stay out of prison, so that, he doesn't break his probation or anything like that. He's a smart dude. Like, I cannot stress it enough. The guy is, like, brilliant. And so he's actually approaching this with the same brilliance that he has, and, He's doing a good job. Knock on wood. He'll never go back to that shit again, as far as the prison goes. As far as living clean, I don't know. I mean, right now he seems all right, but I've never flat out asked him dude, do you miss drugs? Do you miss doing drugs? Are you gonna go back to drugs when your probation is up and you don't have to prove? Or are you gonna just live clean now? Because I'm very curious about it. I mean, that guy lived a Hunter S. Thompson life. And you can judge people how you like, but that's how I saw him, is Hunter S. Thompson, an extremely functional drug abuser. And he would do some pretty amazing stuff too while he's all fucked up. So it's kind of an interesting scenario, but I'm very curious. He's been living clean, and he looks great too, to be honest with you. I think it's for the better, but I'd love to delve into that as someone who's never really been in that situation before. I find it nice to see scenarios where people do that, and it works out for them in the best. So we'll find out. I'm just very curious to see. But for those who don't know what I'm talking about, Allen was the code name we gave to this guy. He got arrested for selling some drugs, and they really tried to put the books to him and everything. And a mutual friend of ours went to his house and scooped up personal things, and because he was worried it was going to disappear. And so one of the things he got was Alan's pretty extensive collection of modular gear. He had a 9U A100 case. He had a I think it was 100 HP case, so it's 2 rows of 100 HP, and then a huge mixed bag of crazy gear, all these little desktop, groove boxes and stuff. And when we got them, they were covered in dirt. Like, all the modules had a pretty good layer of dirt because they were outside and it had rained. So I spent a long time cleaning up what we later discovered was about, I think it was $8,900 worth of modules. So a little under $9,000 of Eurorack modules. And I took them apart, I cleaned everything, I just cleaned it with mostly with just alcohol and wipes. And then we went through and tested it, and we got most of everything working. There were a couple things that I never really got around to. But during that time, it was kind of interesting because I remembered speaking to Alan years before, and when he started getting into this collection, and I told him a bunch of things I think he should get. And he kind of ignored it because I couldn't find hardly any examples of it. Here's a very good example. This module, like I said, very big, lots of cases. How many filters do you think were in that whole system? How many filters? Anyone? Anyone? All right, we don't have time for this shit. If you answered 1, you are correct. 1 filter in the entire rack. Now, technically, there were some synths in a panel and stuff like that did have filters, but I'm not counting that. That's to use with that thing. Yeah, you can patch it in, but that's not a module. It's not a filter module. There's only 1 filter module in it. So it was weird like that. So anyways, there was a lot of times that we kind of, on the stream, we just kind of looked at it and tried to think about it. And this is when I was discovering nonlinear circuits. And I was like, you know what Alan needs is an NLC rig. He needs a nonlinear circuits rig. Everything that he wants to do, everything he's trying to accomplish can be accomplished with these guys, and more so. So that was the other thing too. Now, you know, I know I'm not going to try to hit him up for cash right now, but I know down the road when if he's ready to add on to it, I want to be like, dude, let me build you a shit ton of nonlinear stuff. Just go to their website, pick out a bunch of stuff, give me room to pick out a couple of holes I see, and then I'll just start building it and putting it in cases. Ten multi-modulators. Yeah, there was just 1 filter. It was the Dofer WASP filter that you can get in the mail. I say that just because, like, so many people have it, and we don't see him too much, but Nightworks, he's a streamer, and he modded on the channel too. But we would joke that I was like, does that thing come in the mail? Because it's just an extremely cheap and very common filter. You can pick it up for under $100. It sounds awesome, so you don't really hate it, but they are pretty common. But yeah, I'd love to build him a big NLC rig. I think that would be worthwhile. I think he would love it. One of the things that Alan did with his system is that he would just rig it up to be generative. And his industry is IT, but it's like fucking up there kind of stuff. He freelanced all the time as an IT consultant or an IT whatever. And I'm friends with him on Facebook, and he posts like the craziest shit sometimes. And I'm trying to get at is that he's fairly talented person. He's very knowledgeable, very talented. He's got a lot of hats that he can wear. And but the friend, yeah, he said that he would just he'd put up these kind of generative patches and he'd just let it run for days and days. And I'm like, Mate, I have to introduce you to our Lord and Savior, the Sloth DK. It is designed to run anywhere from 18 to 27 hours. That's how long a single cycle takes. Yes, I'm turned on as well when I say those words. They are awesome. So anyways, I think he would love something like that. I have some of the parts, so I could I could offload some of these modules to him in that respect. But then at the same time, I really just want to build him a non-linear circuits machine. Just nothing but NLC. And I think that for one, there'd be a couple of things that'd be accomplished. One, it'd be really cool on them internets. People love just one designer. And because Andrew is just a fucking god at designing modules, if you're not familiar, nonlinear circuits, Andrew Fink is the main guy. He puts out a module once a month. And he's been doing it for years. Every month there's a new module on his channel or on his website. Now he did have to go in for some medical stuff not too long ago, and that's the first time I've ever seen him stop. And he did stop doing commercial releases. And that's one of the things I'm trying to get on his list of builders, because I'd like to be able to be a builder here in the US for nonlinear, because I love that stuff. It's so cool. I'm sorry guys, I need to catch up on oh yeah, a quadrature. So Ion, there's a module that I want to build. I have everything, and now that I figured out how to do PCB panels, I can put it in the frac rack because there's no room to do it in Eurorack. So there's a module called, oh god damn it, what's its name? Oh, I'll think of it in a minute. It has a crazy name. It's a Thomas Henry design, I believe. So it's a filter that has one input, 8 outputs. I know I held up 5, but just pretend like I had 3 other fingers jetting out of the side of my hand, and that would be the number 8. So it has 8 outputs. Okay, that's weird. Why is there 8 outputs? Oh, it's like high pass, band pass, notch. No. They're all low pass. There's 8 outputs of low pass, and they are all different. They are all 45 degrees out of phase from each other. So you now have, instead of, like you were saying, a quadrature, you have an octature. So you have 8. So you turn the filter up so that it self-oscillates and you produce a sine wave. Now you have 8 sine waves that are all exactly 45 degrees out of phase from each other. Now, what you can do with that, but I want to find out. I bought 2. The problem is, like, it's all analog, and like the quality of components that you have to get in order for it to work has been a barrier for me. But nowadays, I kind of don't give a fuck, and I'm like, $20 for a pot? Sure. Let me buy 10 pots for $20 a piece. It hurts a little bit still, but not that bad. But that's kind of the other side of it too. But I really want to, and I've got 2, so it would be 16 of those oscillators. Anyways, I'm sorry I went on a tangent, but the octature is dope. The Mankato. Thank you, Ingenuber. I couldn't think of the name. The Mankato. Exactly. Exactly. Good on you, mate. Good on you. Yeah, it's a Mankato. I've got 2 boards. I bought them a long time ago from Bride Chamber. I somewhere have the build guide because it's number references. It's like R51. There's not 31K. So I have all that, and I populated it pretty far, but eventually I ran into a bunch of issues and it went down to the wayside. But since we're able to do panels, again, mates, I gotta show you these gorgeous fucking panels we just got in the mail. I didn't design these, of course, but that's a little window. Here's the exact same module, but it's in, that was a 1U, this is a regular panel, and then this is sick. Again, they have the little windows behind where LEDs are gonna live and give that sweet, sweet LED life. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I have some bookless stuff as well, some modules and some PCBs, but I never finished them because they don't have panels. But again, that's kind of slowly not becoming much of an issue. If I can, yeah, I just got to spend some time working on that stuff, getting better at panel making. I was trying to harmonize with this guy. I'm gonna hit the head. I'm gonna go to the restroom. That's code for going to the restroom. And then we're gonna come back. Well, I'm gonna come back, and then we'll be back. Man, my pronoun usage is getting fucking weird. My articles, I don't even know where I'm at anymore. Weird. Anyways, I will we'll come back and party some more, rocket some more, talk about our favorite Star Wars movie. Actually, I wrote an octature of 8 compass points modulated language. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what I can utilize with it. Even if I could have, like, I wouldn't be disappointed in, and that's what I'm really trying to shoot for, to be able to get low frequencies. Because the high frequencies isn't that hard, it's the low ones that are tricky. But if I can get low enough frequencies, I can have an LFO that's producing 8 sine waves at a phase, and that I could have some cascading effects, you know, with mixing and so forth. There's some benefits there that I'm like, oh, yeah, that'd be cool. And since I have 2, it becomes even more awesome. Come on, MoFan. Yeah, I don't know where your Moog and Bukla fanship comes from, but I was never like, I was kind of similar to that. Like I was a big fan, but it was kind of branding. And you know, my experience with a lot of Moog stuff was, it's not bad, but personally for myself, I like synths that can do really weird, nonsensical things. I like modules, I like synths, I like anything that's going to make something that isn't exactly usable. And with a lot of the Moog stuff, it was really trying to be a musical instrument. And I'm not saying you can't do some weird shit on it, but you know, for the most part, it's pretty tame. And then you run into designers like Surge or Buchla, or you know, you get into some of these designs that are like, oh, that's weird. Okay, that I like that. I never thought. Yeah, I would love to be able to do that. I'd love to be able to change those things. I mean, does it sound good? Well, whatever. It's nice to have it and not need it. And so I find, like, for me personally, that's where my journey came to with Sense, is that I want to get the most versatility, and that's where Eurorack and Modular comes in really handy, because you get a lot of options. And at the same time, I want, you know, something that's going to be worthwhile. And that's where Moog comes in. Like, the quality that you get from the audio is very high up. But I don't know, it's a difficult argument to make. Like, is it the same as that you would get from brand X or brand Y? You know, if you set it up correctly or whatever. Hey, enjoy being. Right. Well, I gotta go to the restroom, but I'll finish this thought. So there's an artist, this band I really loved growing up. They've heavily influenced how I write music, how I approach art. Very big. So they were called Coil. There's these British guys. There was kind of different number of people in the band, but the core members were these two British guys, John Balance and Peter Christopherson, and they did a lot of different albums. They're very different. They're very active in the 80s and the 90s and maybe a little bit of the early aughts. And one concept that they had that I really was attracted to is what they called worship the glitch. And if you've ever had like a lot of 90s synths and even 80s synths, like some of them, the firmware wasn't all the way ready. Like, they would be bugs, and you could introduce them into some of that hardware, and it would do really fucked up shit. Like an example, my first example of that, or my first introduction was the drum machine I had. For some dumbass reason, if you got the memory near the maximum amount, like if it got near 96, it would start fucking itself up. And if you went over, it would like overwrite, and you'd get like a kind of a buffer overwrite issue kind of bullshit. And it would send up like complete jargon on the screen, but you could hit play, and sometimes when that would happen, it would play something. And a lot of the times it was just like one hit that would take like the lowest BPM or whatever. And other times you get like speed metal or what, and weird shit like that. But every now and then you got like these really cool, catchy beats. And so I that was my understanding. Like, yeah, you know what? There is some validity to it. And they have that concept, worship the glitch, and where the gear is trying to speak to you. And I've adapted that whole concept of worship the glitch to everything, not just digital synths that have janky firmware or something like that. It goes for all this equipment, because it all kind of does stuff that maybe it wasn't supposed to do. Maybe you plug, an audio signal into the 1 volt per octave in. That ain't supposed to happen. But you listen and you're like, it's kind of a banger. That's worship the glitch. That's experimenting, and when you run across it, you're like, that's not too bad. Sometimes the gear does it for you. Sometimes you screw it up and do it yourself. And so that experimentation is a big influence as well. Oh yes, Dark River, that's a good one. I don't know which album to recommend. They have some very experimental albums. I don't recommend those to people. There's an album they did with all the names are just the chemical descriptions of the drug that they were on, and those are pretty. Well, some of those are right. There's one album they did with the synth, this famous light synth in Russia, and you have like a disc, and you scribe on the disc, and it sends light through, and that's how it plays it, and they did a whole album with that. Pretty weird. You can't dance to it, I'll tell you that. I love that, right? Yeah. Yeah, if I was to recommend a Coil album, Music to Play in the Dark, volumes 1 or 2, those are really fucking good albums. You definitely are gonna have to listen to it more than once. For both those albums, there's no like catchy hooks or anything like that, but there's some tracks where you're like, the song with the little Tweety bird. Oh yeah, I like this one. And their probably most accessible album they ever did was Love Secret's Domain, and that was from the acid house period. So there's a very strong influence there. There's a lot of almost conventional pop music. There's a lot of like dance music in there. It's very accessible. It's a good album. It's the one that I fell in love with when I first got into Coil. And I think you could still get it. When Peter died, the rights got into this weird place, and it just sucked. I was on their Facebook, the deal, and so much drama. But Thighpaul Sandra has rights to a lot of the stuff, and so they've pulled certain things and whatever. I don't know if you can get LSD on or Love Secret's Domain on streaming or not. But, if you search on the internet, you can find it. I know it's on YouTube, because I would listen to some of the tracks every now and then on YouTube, so. Really, Hayes, you recommend Queens of the Circulating Library? Now that, if you like the drone, that's the way to go. If I recall correctly, it's like 40 some odd minutes long. It's like 30 or 40 minutes long, and it's just tone, and then there's a sample that cracks in like 20 minutes in and just says, "We are the Queens of the Circulating Library. Please return all books. Thank you," or something like that. That's a weird record, but not the worst one. Andromulus, how you doing, mate? Good to see ya. Thank you, Enjoy Being. I should, we should tweak it up a little bit. We're just letting it do craziness. I'm just letting it run around all the frequencies. We'll let it, it's doing its jazz thing. Well, if you like the drone, if you like experimental music, I would argue that Coil makes some of the best experimental music. There's definitely, like most experimental stuff, you're going to have to listen to it more than once on some of them. Any of those songs that catch you right out of your seat, those are keepers. But I would say, personally, in my experience, I had to listen to several Coil albums more than once before I went, yeah, it's a great record. A lot of times I was kind of put off. But I don't know, that was a different time too. I don't know if I'd feel the same way now. But their later albums are really good too. And then Peter Christopherson put out his own solo stuff called the Threshold Houseboys Choir, or THC. And that's a weird fucking record. Oh, I didn't know both those oscillators were playing. Oh, well, that explains a lot. That's a pretty cool record. Hey, Dax. Good to see you, mate. Awesome. Enjoy. Yeah. Well, it's surprising. I growing up, everybody knew about Coil, like all my friends. And, I'd tell somebody, oh, have you heard of Coil? Yeah. Do you have this super weird, obscure album of theirs? I don't. Oh, we got to listen to it. So when nowadays, when I bring it up on the internet, it's surprising to me how many people are not familiar with them. And it's a shame, too, because they really are amazing. And their live performances, oh, my God. So here's something. Here's something that's cool about Coil, or interesting about Coil. So I need to mention that Peter Christopherson was also a member of Throbbing Gristle. Now, you may have heard of Throbbing Gristle with Genesis P-Orge, Cozy Fanny Tootie, and Chris Carter. It was a four-person project. And it was very experimental, very noisy, very confrontational. This was like industrial music, but with this punk kind of mindset. Fuck the establishment, fuck the paradigm, we're gonna do it how we do it. And it's really some amazing stuff. Like Throbbing Gristle is pretty amazing. And Genesis was an amazing artist. Good Lord, they're almost all past. That's so sad. So anyways, Peter Christopherson's name is Sleazy. He's known as Sleazy. And John Balance, well, that wasn't his real name. I think his name was Kyle Ruckford or something. Anyways, doesn't matter. They were both, and I know it sounds silly when I say this, but I mean it as much as I can, because I know. They were incredibly gay. Like, very, very gay. And although they weren't as bad as Thigh Paul Sandra, that guy, he made a whole album called, what was it called? Hard Normal? Or what is it called? That album, no one would print it. You open up, it's a double CD, Double Vulgar, that's the name of the album. You open up the CD, and it's just a giant cock across the album artwork. Just a giant fucking hard dick. And that's the album artwork. You open up the graphic work, the gatefold and all the artwork. Lots of dudes. If, that's your thing, this is the album for you. I honestly think he was just doing it to be confrontational, because it really had this feel. So anyways, I say all this. What was my point, actually? I had a point to it. Oh, man. I forgot it. I forgot. Oh, well, I'll think of it in a minute. I kind of got hung up on remembering that image of the fucking, when my buddy brought that album to me. He's like, hey dude, you like Thighpaul Sandra? No, I haven't heard of them. What is that? Jesus Christ, is that a dick? Yeah. You asshole. This is an album? Yeah. They had a hard time printing it. Thanks. No, you have to look at the artwork. No, I don't. Yeah, you do. All right. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I feel bad. Wow. That man must be very proud of himself. He must have a lot of confidence. That gentleman has a lot of confidence. I would, if I were him. I don't know if I'd wear the harness, but you know, that's just a fashion choice. The point is, it's good music. No, I had like a reason to bring up their sexual orientation. There was a reason for me to bring it up, and it wasn't like there was a point. But I'm fucking spacing what it was, and I feel really bad because it seems like I'm just like, oh, they're gay. You know, like who cares? But there was a point to it. I just can't. Oh, I recall. I was talking about their live performances. So, there we go. Ah, thank God. Now I don't feel like such a dick. So, they would do they've done a lot of live performances. They did really cool shows. My friend actually went to go see the one that they did. But they, I can't remember, this was, I think the early aughts. This is like after 2000, 2001 or whatever. So they would do the show, The Time Machines, and they would wear these white suits, and they would have mirrors all over it, and they'd shoot lights at them, and that was the deal. On top of that, they had these two performance artists called Massimo and Miko? I can't remember the other guy's name. So these two dudes, they were very, very gay as well, and they would paint their entire bodies white. Oh, I forgot. They're naked. So they would paint their entire nude bodies white, and they had these mohawks, so they'd have their mohawks out, and they would do like dancing to the performances. So you'd have this like experimental bumper to bum 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 bumper to bum 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 bum, and they'd just be running around butt ass naked, covered in white paint. That was Coil. Definitely trying to weed out the weak of heart, you know, at their shows. Somebody show up and they'd be like, yeah, I came here to see this here Coil. I don't know. It's good music, man. I like it. Let's see what we got here. Hey, there they go. They're coming out with them mirror suits. That's good. Hell yeah. Oh, did they just kiss each other? That's weird. All right, whatever. They're probably good friends, you know. What in the hell are these two dudes? I say dudes because, Jesus Christ, that's a third leg. Good Lord. You gotta watch out. People should be wearing eye protection in the first row. I didn't pay for this ticket. I'm out of here. I didn't pay to see dude dicks. But if you did, you'd be happy, right? Why are they always country? I don't know. I was just trying to change my voice. I had to go with a different voice. I could do like a New York accent. I could have gone that way. But I keep doing that earlier, so I was trying to give other parts of the U.S. a little bit of a time. I don't know. I feel bad now. I feel self-conscious. Self-consciously bad about being conscious. And not bad. All right. Did pay to see Male nude bits. Right? I know, right? Well, I think that was, you know, at the time too. You have to keep in mind the time frame as well, and a lot of that, they were being very confrontational. They were really trying to be in your face about certain things. From Thighpaul Sandra, when they later worked with them, and so on. So there was a little bit of that, but I mean. It actually, I've seen video. I think it would be a lot cooler to be there, but the video, it's another world, you know? You'll never see a performance like that. No one's ever gonna do something like that. It's too weird. It doesn't make fucking sense. But with that, in that context, in that music, it's pretty cool. My friend went to the UK and went and saw it. Him and two of my friends, actually, when I think about it, this is a long time ago. They went and saw the show, and they said it was one of the best things. And it's like, oh yeah, man, at least I can brag I saw Coil live. You ever been in the U.S.? Wendy's and KFC? Oh, shit. What the hell? How did that happen? That's weird. I'm gonna stand up again. I've been sitting too long. So Wendy's... Wendy's isn't too bad. Honestly, when it comes to fast food here in the U.S., there's some that are regional. Like some you can only get in certain parts of the country, and they're not. Or they're rebranded. Looking at you, Hardee's, Carl's Jr. But, or wait. Arby's, I think that's really good stuff. Go to Wendy's and go to, we don't have this here. At least I can brag. I saw Sarah talk about Coil live. Yeah, I don't know how well that's gonna land on people, but you let me know. Actually, Golden Corral. There you go. That's everywhere. Yeah, the Waffle House, that's not bad. I haven't eaten at a Waffle House in a long time, but there's one not too far from where I live. I've always been, and I've lived here for like 12, 13, oh shit. What year is this? 14, oh shit, I've lived here for like 14 years. And I haven't gone to that Waffle House. Taco Bell, there you go. I got to see Chris Cornell in his solo phase not long before he died. Man, that guy could sing. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, Chris Cornell. Oh, yeah. What was it? So Temple the Dog, his vocals on that, and then his vocals on the Soundgarden album, the one with Spoon Man. I'm spacing the name. That I love it because they really compress the shit out of his vocals, and you can just hear like all that shit in his throat and in his voice box and everything. Yeah, Chris Cornell is easily one of the greatest singers from that time period. Easily top 3. And he might be number 1. I don't know. I don't want to start a fight. Yeah, Chris Cornell is amazing. You know, there's just saddest thing about John Balance. I know, right, Panzer? Yeah, I should mention that. So Coil ended when John Balance, who had a really bad drinking problem, which it's actually a sad story of how he developed that, but that's another story. But he had a really bad drinking problem, and he was drunk, and he fell out of their first floor balcony, not second floor, not 1.5, first floor. So his tumble was less than 10 feet. And that killed him because he was so drunk that the brain injury just, there was no chance because his fucking blood was fucking liquor. And yeah, he died from the injury. But yeah, then Peter Christopherson, he went to, was it Thailand? He went somewhere in Asia. I can't remember. And, you know, kept up the name Sleazy, I guess. I don't know. I don't really go that deep. Ooh, the Swans. This is so sad as a grandma because oh my god. Yeah, human brains are weird. I'm gonna grab another beer. We got this ad going. It's almost over, the nasty ad. Yeah. The one good thing with the whole, there was a lot of music that came out of that, and it was nice too that we did get a second serving of Throbbing Gristle. You know, the fact that they could go on tour again, I missed it. They played here in the US at Coachella, but I'm really glad I didn't go because it turned out like there was a whole bunch of audio issues. And I had some friends that went and saw it, and they said it was a waste of time. It was just a bunch of noise, and it wasn't, you know, it wasn't cool noise. It was like, what the fuck's going on? I'm snowboarding. What was that? Zark? Can I get that in AZ? What are we talking about? I missed it. I can't find it either. Oh my goodness. Alright, well I grabbed another beer. I don't know if we can talk about race cars and girl shaped race cars. I don't know. dab in here. Now I see the Jamstrat card, but I don't know. I thought I heard something. I don't know. I don't know if I have any more. Let's see. $1.20 right on the nose? That's weird. That's weird. Ooh, I hit stop. I didn't think I would do anything cool. It did. Hey, Ion. Ooh. Awesome question. Is it an issue using some long cables for Eurorack? Yes and no. So it depends on what long would be. So for things like this, no. So I have a cable here that I made. I think this is 20 feet. And I use it for probably the most difficult thing that you can try to run, which is clock. Because what happens is a pulse wave, when you run it down a piece of wire, you start to create impedance. And the longer the wire, the more impedance is introduced, and the resistance, blah, 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 blah. And instead of it being a nice, like, as that was explained to me, instead of having a nice up and down shape for your square wave, it starts to look more like this. And so the timing, instead of being 50-50, starts to be 30-70, 20-80. The duty cycle gets all jacked up. And then it's interpreting it not as 1, 2, 3, 4. It's getting like 1, 2.5. You know, it's getting all these weird values. Now, if you can mitigate that by having the output be like some sort of buffered molt. So there's already an amplified signal behind it. It's going to have plenty of juice. It's probably not going to be affected by impedance too much. But there are limits. Honestly, for this kind of stuff, I think it's like 100 meters, maybe. But if you're, you will get resistance, and it is a very tiny scale, so you may notice a little bit, but it really, I know, I've seen so many experiments, and I've had so many instances where I've never been able to blame that as the cause. Now, I've had issues with like clock and so forth, and that's because of floating grounds, and or if something took the up and not the down of the clock, or the polarities flipped. All those kind of things can fuck stuff up, but that's about the only thing I can think of. The longest, yeah. So so all my cables, I pretty much, like, I made some, but I bought most of these from Modular Attic. And they do make stackable cables. And these are cheaper than the tip-top ones by like a tenth. The only thing, the way that they did this and not getting sued by them, is the way this works is, when you plug in, so here's the other end of that cable I just plugged in. So you have the tip and the sleeve, right? So the tip is signal. Tip is signal here. So inside this jack, the two tips connect. So when I plug this in, this, and even this on the other side, these are all the same connection points. Now, here's where it gets a little weird. This is the sleeve. This is ground. This ground, the other end of this green cable, and this are the same. This ground is not. The ground inside this stackable is not the same as this one. It's a separate one. Now, it's not a big deal because all you have to do to fix that is just to if you plug this into your module and you have a cable like this, you'll need at least one other thing to plug into the same deal, and it's only when you jump from case to case or power supply to power supply. You can also just overcome that issue by having at least one cable have a normal connection so that you have ground being the same as all the others. Once you do that, this issue goes away, because now whenever it plugs in and you plug something in, it'll have that ground and it'll be the same. That's about the only thing that's weird, but they're so fucking cheap that it's a mood issue. And if you have just a single system, like you have a skiff or you've got a single case, it's not an issue whatsoever. It's the only time is when you go from here to down here. That's the only instance. All this other shit, all shares, it doesn't matter. All the grounds are already shared, so any variance on it is just going to be ignored. And honestly, you'll still pass audio. Your CV will work, but it won't be biased correctly. But I mean, the audio will still work, but it won't be biased correctly. But that's it, because your ground's floated, and so it doesn't have, the center or whatever. Yes, exactly. It's to get around the patent. I was in a Reddit thread, and I asked Modular Attic, they were in there directly, like, is that to get around the patent? They're like, exactly. I was like, works for me. And they were really cool, because I was explaining it to someone else, and the same way I explained to you. I'm like, you have to be cognizant of this, because it will bite you in the ass if that's the only cable that you have between two separate cases. That's the only time. Any other time, it's not even an issue. So, it will, but you fix that. So here, to illustrate it better. So, okay. So I plug this into case A. That's one side of the screen, all right? And then I place this into case B. This is the other side of the green. We're going to go to case A. Now, right now, ground is being connected here and here. So we're good. Now, when I plug this into here, if I were to plug this blue cable into case C, we have a problem. Because I don't have the same ground as these guys. But if I place it into case A, that's where this is right now. If I place it into anything on case A, that ground is the same as this, and now these grounds are joined. That's all that you have to do. But yeah, if you're not cognizant and you were to plug, like I said, that jumper into case C, you'll have a floating ground and you'll have issues. It'll work, but it like clock won't work. Clock will freak the fuck out. And CV won't work right. 1 volt per octave will not work correctly at all. And your audio will be right, but it'll be biased wrong. So it may distort on one side. Right, well, you just have to get ground back into that, introduced back into that second, the female connector. You just have to introduce it in some way. So if you're plugging into the same module that stackable cable is in, you're good. If you were to run just a regular cable between case A and B, you're good. You're always good. It's just that stackable part you have to be mindful of if you're going to jump to another case, which you normally won't. But you may, I mean, it can happen. Yes, that is correct. The tip-top ones, ground and tip are shared. Now, I honestly, I confirmed this. I've ran into Modular Attic on multiple occasions on social media, explaining it to people because I'm like, it's not a big deal, but you have to be cognizant of it because it will mess things up if you don't think about it. But it's not a big deal. And they've come in and I've asked them, like, hey, is that to get around Big Daddy Tip Top? And they said, exactly. I was like, okay, well, that makes sense. It's so weird that you have to do that in order for it to not be a fucking patent. It's so weird that they have to patent something so fucking useful. But I use them all the time. I love them. I bought $200 worth of them about a month ago. More. So I'm a big fan. Yeah, if like here, I don't ever have to worry about it. And even with my case here, which has a separate power supply, everything's separate. I already run enough things that are just the regular ones that it's already tied down, like 1 volt per octave. I don't use stackables because why? It'd be a waste. So those cables come into this case, and now the ground is there. We're good. So, and I don't have a third case. So anytime I use a stackable and I jump into here, it's not a problem. It's already been taken care of. Once I pop in, those grounds are the same. We're good. I mean, and it really, honestly, it became easier for me to get a grasp when you look at systems like Surge, which just uses the bananas. There is no ground. It's a single point. And in order for case to case, you have these little grounds that you have to connect so that ground is the same on these 2 different cases if the power is different or whatever. But otherwise, you're just making signal connections. You're not, you don't have a ground with it, which can be argued can introduce noise, because I do like the fact that these cables, I don't know about these, but the cables that I made had twisted pairs, and I could put my signal in there and it would be cleaner, but who knows? I don't think it's that big of a deal. Grumblesome? What's up, Iron? Yeah, I'm not a big Synth Tech fan, so I don't know too much about their stuff. But I know they're very DIY friendly, so let's go. I'm all about anybody that's doing DIY. I don't give a fuck. Give a fuck, yo. You DIY? You cool. Oh, the tip-top patent, yeah. I know, it's... Well, that's why we have the whole Analog Jones, and that's his enemy.
Tip-top, folks. I'm telling you right now, they're part of the digital Illuminati. They're patenting brain cells as we speak, folks. They've got the patent on the human brain. They're working with Bill Logic Gates. Yeah, we figured it out. Algorithm. Yes, that's another player in this horrible debacle.
Sometimes I feel like my Analog Jones just sounds like Jesse Ventura. Like sometimes I think the Analog Jones is just me doing Jesse Ventura. It's the same voice.
Let me tell you, folks. Let me tell you, Mean Gene.
Oh no, that's too bad. Well, it makes sense. The whole Liam Neeson accent. Oh. The fuck, right? We got a battle royale, my friends. What do you do when a battle royale drops? Nothing. You watch the carnage unfold, just like in the Colosseums. There's a mighty Caesar. You too. Thumbs down. Someone told me about, going Eurorack equals no ending, but honestly, this is why I think it's so cool. I agree with that. Owning the Geno. Oh yeah, exactly, Mr. Bone. Yeah. There's been a lot of interesting stuff on that. It hasn't been positive, to be honest. But yeah, I've seen a lot of the legals on owning your own fucking genome, your own fucking genes. So I agree, Ion. So that was what got me into Eurorack. I was working at this job, and I worked a lot of phone jobs in my 20s. I did IT, but I did a lot of help desk. I did a lot of tech support stuff. And before I did AV, and I'm just going through all the acronyms. I don't know what this is. No, this doesn't have an acronym. Fuck. Streaming, that's not an acronym. So I went to so I was working at this job, and it was very boring, super boring, and all I could do to pass the time was read Wikipedia. And I read so much Wikipedia. It was analogous to going to the library every day and just reading a book until I had to leave. And I got paid for it. The whole time, I'm telling people how to set up Outlook on their fucking computer. And I'm just reading off the instructions on how to set up Outlook on your computer. I would tell people, I'm like, okay, yeah, here's a link to the walkthrough that we have to set up Outlook. Okay. Would you like me to read it to you? Yes, please. Okay, I'm going to read this to you, even though you have it in front of you. Click on the Start menu. So I got it down to where I just had it, I could just recite it and still read, and comprehend. And so I read all. Oh man, it wasn't that bad of a job. It kind of burned itself out, but it was nice. Like one thing, I haven't tried it lately. The Dune universe. Oh my God, you will lose weeks of your life reading the Wikipedia pages on the Dune universe. Insane. And that was like 15 years ago. I imagine it's 10 times worse. So anyways, I ran across, I was reading and I just studied all kinds of stuff. And one day I was like, well, what's really modular synths, And this is in 2005, 2006. And I look it up, and I always have to paraphrase the quote, but I remember what it said. It was like, modular synthesis is an open-ended form of sound design and music creating. Because it is open and there is an ability to add any module to a unit, you have an infinite amount of possibilities. And I was there. I was like, an infinite amount of sound designing possibilities, an infinite amount of musical Like, there's just no fucking way in hell that you could, 1, own every module, 2, use it all in a patch every fucking time, 3, do everything before you exit this planet. That had me. When I read that on Wikipedia, I was within a month or so, I ordered this case for the frack rack. And I was like, I'm going to do this. And I almost ordered Pious stuff because they had like a little synth, but it was like, it wasn't that great. And I fell in love with Ken Stone, and I started doing Ken Stone stuff. So I made this ring mod, and then I made this this LFO, and I'm trying to remember the first shit I ever made. That's all I can remember right now by looking at it. Man, there's got to be something else here. Oh, yeah, I did like this wave, or not the wave runner, but there's yeah, here it is. This guy here, this wave folder, and I just started building modules from there, and I just took off. But that was the epiphany for me when I read those words, and I was like, so I can do anything? Okay. I'll do that. That sounds cool. And this was a while back. Software, I mean, nowadays it's plausible to do it in software, but back then, no fucking way in hell. No way. And even then, the quality wasn't going to be nearly what you could get with an actual analog modular synth. So, yeah, that's how I got addicted to heroin. I mean synths. I mean modulars. I mean heroin. I mean crack. I started setting up formula controllers. Ooh. Interesting. I've never messed with that. I just like all MIDI. Not a MIDI person. So, I've been through it all. But personally, I got rid of the last piece of MIDI equipment. We had a Fat Man here, and then I loaned my buddy my Beat Step Pro. So I'm like, I'm not using it, man. I have the key step for when I need that, and it does everything I need. You can borrow the Beat Step, but I told him, I was like, yeah, I just, he asked me if the Fat Man worked, and I'm like, it works fine. It's MIDI. I really have to shoehorn it in to get it to work with all this. All this shit works fine on its own, but if you have to put MIDI in, it's like, it doesn't. I know people that are able to get it to work. My friend Aaron, he has several different MIDI gear that he integrates with this modular, and it works fine. But not here, mate. Not with me. And I don't know. I honestly, I don't think I can go back to MIDI as a protocol because it's so fucking crappy. And just climbing through a filter and hearing the stair step, that do 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 do. I hate that. I hate that more than anything on this planet. And that's a lot of things. So, and that doesn't happen here. That never happens here. We don't have any stair stepping. And oh man, I don't mean to get on a tangent, but when they released MIDI 2.0 and they didn't address that, I was like, this is fucking dumb, guys. You're using 50-year-old tech today. We can get over the stair step. We can get over the 1-bit knob, but they didn't. So that's my issue as far as MIDI goes. And but if I need to deliver notes If I need to, sequence something like that, I don't have a problem with that. That's where the key step works out great. It can deliver the notes. It can deliver the gate times. It has some cool shuffle and some weirdness that I can do to make it, unique. And it works for that. But that's as far as I get. And that's really just for this 2600. And honestly, it's not even plugged in. It's actually everything's going to the Nava. It's just converting clock to MIDI because I'm lazy. You're a wreck forever. There you go, mate. You never ran into that issue? I don't know what to tell you. I run into it. Because there's only 128 steps. And if you have a filter, you can hear it step. Every piece of MIDI gear. Now, if you run it on the unit itself, there's some compensation that they'll do. They'll do like an aliasing effect and whatever. But the reality is that you only have 128 points in there, and you need 1,024. You need way more, at least 1,000, at least 1024 to get like a reasonable amount of accuracy. Case in point, so I have or I don't know, I haven't used it in a long time, but I had what are those called? It was made by Mackie. It was the Huey control, but it was before they called it the Logic control. So the faders in the Logic control, if you look in the Logic window, you can see what it's doing, and those things have a ridiculous amount of resolution, and it just goes 0 through 128, 0 through 120, like as you're raising it, and it's going through all these banks so that it can get this really nice resolution on these 100mm faders. That is implemented in some instances with some things, but I don't know. I haven't noticed it lately. I haven't really recorded on hardware that I'd have to deal with that in a long time. So to be fair, maybe it's not that, it's a mood issue these days. Right, yeah. It's just that stepping that you hear. And either way, I just wish it was addressed in MIDI 2.0. Because there's absolutely no reason to have it. It's a good argument to stay in the box, to stay on a computer, because you're like, well, my synths, my VST synths, they don't have this issue. I only recognize it when I use my fucking external controller and I go do. But you can smooth it out in software. And there is aliasing stuff that's applied, but I don't know. It's just Ion brought up MIDI versus analog, or and I'm not one to take sides on it. I've just I'm just going through my life. Like, I did MIDI for a very long time, and now I'm doing this. Don't mind it right now. It's cool. That might change in 5-10 years. Who knows? But that's been my issue with MIDI from the get-go, and I really don't miss it. You guys are using MIDI wrong. I don't know. I can hear it, but like I said, I haven't done it in a while. I don't have any gear to do it with. Like I don't think this 2600. I don't think anything is CC'd. Like I can't plug this in and CC like the filter, and then put that to a knob and turn it and see if I go. I don't have a way to do that with that, and I don't really have any more synths that do that. Honestly, I'd have to go out and get one, like go borrow one or something. And I honestly do not want anything to do with that. That sounds like a lot of work. You're probably right, though, Hayes. There probably is a lot of anti-aliasing that's covering up that step, the stepping issue that I'm talking about. They probably do a little bit of a slew effect, so that when you go between it slides instead of clicking. But I mean, it's still the same issue. And again, a minor issue. I would agree to. Yeah, honestly, right now, Ion, the only thing I want to use a DAW for is to multi-track the music, so I can have it in. You know, I can have everything in there, and then I can put like custom reverbs or compress things or fix like, you know, a little bit of nastiness here and there. That's my plan for the DAW, is just to do straight audio shit, you know, not really you know, get into the weeds of adding all this stuff, just doing basic effect sends, basic insert effects, basic stuff that you use to treat your recordings so that it sounds nice and tasty, very sexy too. That's like my goal as far as that stuff. Mitty done me wrong. Mitty done stole my horse. I can't understand why Mitty stole my horse. Mitty don't use no horse. Yeah. I mean, that's where I started too, Ion, is just recording directly. You know, the ability to manipulate audio came a lot later in my music DAW life. And even, you know, in the beginning, it was real crude what you could do to manipulate the audio. Now it's pretty fun. You can do a lot. You know, you have a lot of options. But for me right now, like I said, with this, at the end of the day, I just want to record it and have the ISO tracks and just be able to mix things and cut things in and out, maybe, you know, I don't know. I just want to be able to have more flexibility with it by just it being individual tracks. If you really, I don't know, guys. I'll tell you this. If money wasn't that big of an issue, if money was a lot easier to come about, here's what I'd like to do. I hope you're sitting down. So I would like to do an all analog record. I would like to record everything to tape, mix everything on tape, send that, those, and dump that to, you guessed it, tape. Take those masters, send that to a mastering house that deals in only analog, and or not necessarily deals only, but they have analog suites, and deal with that so that they only master it for vinyl and I guess cassette. I don't know. I just want it on vinyl. I don't really like cassette. I don't like consumer tape. It sounds like shit. But high IPS tape sounds pretty damn good. So anyways, we'll take that. We'll send it. We'll get some vinyl pressed, and then it will be analog the entire time. It never got digitized. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think it will sell, and honestly, the amount of money spent will far exceed any revenue that's recouped, probably by 100,000 fold. But it's a concept that's fun. And it would just be kind of cool to have an album where you could just say, like, yeah, this was recorded like it was 1979. Except modern. Hey, Jeff. Tape can be sort of good texture for certain tracks or parts of tracks. Have you ever used a 4-track recorder with tape? I'm guessing yes. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. That was how I got into production and audio design and everything. Before I was writing music, and I'd teach everybody their parts and stuff. And then I met this gal, and she had a Fostech 4-track recorder, and that was it. After that, my whole life changed. I mean, it was one of those big life-changing moments. It was like, wow, what an incredible piece of technology. And then, you know, it went on and on and on. And yeah, the 4-track is awesome. You're not gonna create a hit album, but still, it's a great way to learn. Right, Wendy Carlos, that's right. Should have married Wendy. I think she's a little old for me. I think old Wendy's a little old for me. For my taste, too, if I can be perfectly honest, you know? I mean... Yeah, there you go. 24 track. Oh my God, I was just thinking like a 16 or an 8. All right, I need to go to the restroom really fast. We'll come back here. We'll should probably wind this up. Jesus, we're getting late. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back, guys, and we'll talk about dragons.
When I was a man, I made a man stand out of peanut. What? Oh yeah, I hit stop. Peanuts made out of peanuts. I didn't say penis. Peanuts! Not penis. Peanuts! Not penis. I said peanuts. I said peanuts. I didn't say penis. Oh, wait, I thought you were gonna change. Change. Penis. I said peanut. Alright, you know what? This song sucks. I was trying to talk about peanuts. But it didn't work out. Rage overwhelms me. Like a terrible rubber. What did we talk about? Walter Schwartz. Sick commercials. I don't know. I should put together the deal, but I don't know. It gets tiresome. Hey, Bisnot, how you doing, mate? Wendy? Carlos? Yeah, I was thinking about that. When I heard about Tina Turner passing, I was like, my God, I honestly didn't know she was still alive. So, and then I was thinking about Wendy Carlos too. I'm like, she's still alive, right? Walter Schwartz. Penisig. Yeah, it's exactly like a coil set. This John Balance just comes out and he's like, the only darkness is the one that is beside you. No one can remember. Penis. Yeah, if we were set up for it, I'd play a couple of Coil songs off of Music to Play in the Dark. There's a really good jazz song. It's like, what are you gonna do? Contemplated, easy, over-anticipated. Anyways. Yeah, it's too bad. But like I said, I really didn't know she was still alive, to be honest. So good for her, living a long life. Hopefully she, spent her golden years in good health and she was happy and everything. I think that's what we all want, right? Well, except for that guy. That guy's weird. He wants his life to be terrible. Absolutely terrible. But for money, which is creepier. I don't know how you're getting paid. Oh, she had kidney issues. Oh, no. Well, that's too bad. That's too bad. Well, either way.
Que Sera. Que Sera, Sera, I think. There's two Seras. Unless you're talking about Sriracha. Did you guys hear about Sriracha? Like the company that makes it, they got into some sort of contract war with the farmers that harvested the chili pepper that was used in it. So they like bailed out and they tried to make it from other chili peppers, but it hasn't done so well, and people have complained that they've had a really hard time finding sriracha at grocery stores and different places, you know. And then the farmers that were, or the you know, not necessarily the farmers per se, but the farming area that was doing it, that had that contract, started just making their own sriracha with those peppers. And I can't remember the exact name. It's like West Valley, or it has some odd kind of name, but apparently if you like sriracha and you haven't been able to get it, that's where you'll go now. Tina Turner and Mad Max, and that was where I thought she was the most amazing. Aren't we a pair, Raggedy Man? Who runs Bartertown? Master Blaster. What? Master Blaster runs Bartertown. Master Blaster? Oh my god, Chomp Chomp, you coming in for round 2? You can come in, buddy. But you understand I'm gonna scoop you up like a Christmas football. You know that, right? Oh wait, you're trying to go. Oh, shut up. You're a Christmas football. Look at this Christmas football. You see the resemblance? He's so mad. He's ripping his tail. For weed. I know, and I loved her. I love that. That's probably one of my favorite. I mean, the new Mad Max movie is pretty good, but weird. Yeah, it's a great movie. Yeah, it's too bad. I always loved Tina Turner. Thought she was really an amazing singer, performer, a really cool advocate, you know, because I mean, she's famous for, you know, Ike Turner and that whole debacle. And yeah, I remember that from like at least in the early 90s, late 80s. She had that going for her, but yeah, she's just absolutely a treat, a real icon. And if I may, some sweet gams on that lady. If I may be so bold as to say, you know, I'm not trying to be rude. Not trying to be insensitive. I'm just saying, sweet gams. Sweet gams. Wasn't that what she was famous for, too? I remember, like, all the shots it'd be her like dancing, and they'd start from her feet and then move up, and then you'd be like, oh, no, 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 no. Now you guys are making me all misty-eyed thinking about old Tina Turner and my slightly healthy, not weird, Mad Max crush. Ah, this is the law! Bust the deal, face the wheel. Subsector, you came in a great time. We were just talking about... Oh, scheisse. We were just talking about... Tina Turner. And I was reciting one of my favorite lines from Mad Max, Beyond Thunderdome. Bust a deal, face the wheel. Say worst dancer is Mick Jagger's. She's a terrible dancer. I can't criticize. I'm not much on the good dancer, bad dancer scene. Listen to the law. Excuse me, my eye itches. I said itches, not bitches. It does bitch a little bit, though. It's a very complainy eye. Mr. Bones. Yeah, you know what? I totally know what you're talking about now. Yeah, you're right. I agree with you now. They are terrible dancers. Your dancing inspired me to do the TikTok. I'm on the TikTok now. Doing all these TikTok-y videos. Hey folks, this is Jackass. I'm about to eat 2 hot dogs at the same time and not look weird. take that, mate. We're talking about sounds. I just love that fucking B. Oh shit, that's right. These are all tied together. So, just... There's a little bit of crackle. Let's do it on different tones. Sorry. That will be next time. In the next future. We'll have gent jams. So yeah, that's oh wait, are you kidding me? No way. Guys, we got Neostormer coming in with that piping hot. Ready or not, cause you got it right here. Right. Scratchy. Guys, stand by. Neostormer is in the house. Neo, how goes? How was your stream? How's y'all doing? Tommy, welcome in. Tommy, you're welcoming Raiders. I'm sorry, mate. I'm stupid. I'm not reading correctly. It's my first day. It was good doing a little web-controlled Python. Interesting. Everybody, definitely go check out Neostormer's stream. There's a link over there in the chitty chat. They do a lot of different SciTech related stuff, and that's basically the category. Obviously, you can see right there, they did a little bit of web-controlled Python. You know what that is. You're gonna want to get into that, right? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Glad you had a good stream. We've just been kicking it here in Jamtown. Kind of going a little later than I intended, but you know, good times indeed. Deliciously nasty. Delicious. Well, it's good to see you guys. Welcome in. Anybody who's coming into this channel, they're not familiar with what's going on, they don't know what's going up there. This is here, the Modular, this is Jamtown. So that's what we call it. And we jam on it, we make jams. It's good jamming times. We also do electronics. In fact, most of this is DIY that we have built here, and about half of this is stuff that we built on the stream. We're really big on getting people into soldering, into making, into building, into getting into that sweet, sweet life that is the solder life. And espionage. But just simple espionage. Nothing like, you know, super illegal or anything like that. Like mildly illegal espionage. With possible former world leaders. Just tiniest amount. Good. We've been hanging out here in Jamtown. We've got Synth going on right now, right here. Well, not right here. Actually, it's just right now. It's not right here. Let me stress that. It's not here. But we'll. I think we're gonna raid out to Synth at the end. I believe the Graceful Bard is playing right now, but they may be finishing up their set. I'm not sure. I can't remember the schedule. I looked at it, and then I looked at my hands, and then I was like, these hands. These used to be big, strong hands. And then I said all that dialogue from Return to Oz. It was really weird. But nonetheless, that is going on this weekend. We, yours truly, us, me, this guy, is performing for Synth-On. This is the first Synth-On that I've done for the whole year. Very, very excited about it. It'll be on Saturday. I can't remember. It's like 10:37. We're going to stream a fairly normal stream. We're going to start a little bit later so I can accommodate the time. But yeah, we're going to be doing that. And celebrating 3 years of the Golden Shrimp Guild's goodness. I'm loving it. I'm into it. Define espionage. I don't know. It's just fun to say. It's really, like, very foreign sounding. I mean, if I'm going to get in trouble for something, it's going to be espionage. Just so they can say it in my trial. Why'd I keep turning this bass off? It's so dumb. Anyways. What time is it? Yeah, we should probably go. Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry. What's the French word for it? I don't know. Je ne sais quoi? I think that's the word. Je ne sais quoi. Yeah, I think we're gonna head out, guys. We're gonna come back on Saturday, do some streaming. Then we're gonna get raided in from the Synth-On. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna raid out on that. Again, I'm looking excited, forward to it. We'll spin the stream, getting it all set up and everything, so we can welcome those kids with some good times and some good jams. Because as you all know, it takes a couple minutes for this to warm up to a good jam level. Although today we actually hit the ground running, so could just be the thing as a whole. Covertly eating something you really should. Oh yeah, there you go. That's me all the time. All right. Yeah. Let's call it a night, guys. I had a really wonderful time. This was a really great stream. Really just great. We got raided from the Brutzler. I mean, that's wonderful too. Of course, Neostormer. We got a bunch of new follows today. I'm on the wrong screen. I'm just gonna run over to this screen. Put the wrong mouse to the wrong screen. Yeah, there we go. today was just killer. It was a really fun time, and I'll tell you what, like I said earlier, I'm going to say it again. Let's do it on Saturday. Let's rock it out on Saturday. We'll do some more Jamtown action. We'll do some Synth-on action. When we come back on Tuesday, I believe we'll start working on some more projects, some more snottering and all that goodness. I've got some stuff coming in the mail, so hopefully that'll get here in time and we can, it'll make our jobs easier. I got a new mat coming. You know, we had that teal mat, the work surface mat. I finally bit the bullet, ordered a nice fancy mat. Looks pretty sweet. Looks pretty sweet. It's good. Well, actually, I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but it's purple and black, and that's what I ordered. So I like those colors because they're cool. But yeah, I'm back here on Saturday for sure, mate. Awesome, Ion. I'm so happy to hear that, mate. You guys are really cool. I got to tell you, I mean, I always enjoy hanging out with you cats. I love our mutual interest in like so many things. You know, it's just a nice collection of interests. And then, you know, we have a good time with the jams, with the soldering and everything in between. It really means a lot to me when you guys hang out and you have a good time. And I always appreciate it. So my hat tips to you if I tip my fedora to you. All right, guys. My fedora. I gotta say that more often. That's way more creepy, weird, funny. I tip my fedora to you, m'lady. All right, mates. I've got a Graceful Bard is playing right now, so we're gonna raid into her. Scream as the fedora sucks me into. Yeah, right. Let me just finish shaving my neck real quick, and I'll get to that joke. That's mean, mates. Hope to see you guys soon. I've got Graceful Bard. We're gonna raid into her. I think she's got someone else she's gonna raid into, but I might be wrong. Either way, you'll have more jams, more music your way. It's Synth-on. It will not end. So you can go to here. Let me give you a link real quick. You can put that in your bucket. That should give you all the information you need for it. But let's get this rolling out for the night. Have a good evening, everyone. Have a good day for anybody that's having the daytime action. Again, appreciate all of you so very, very much. I will see you guys on the flip side. Take care! And then I'm going to walk past the camera like a dork. I didn't actually think about how this exit was going to play out. And the shame of what I have done has not been lost on me. It's like, how do you suck even worse than you do? And I'm like, hold my motherfucking beer. I'm going to walk right past the camera. I can't even say all right. I should just shut the fuck up now. Well, or just quit talking like some guy that just doesn't know what he's doing.